All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this 12-hour game. So, before we do anything else, let's just watch the video I cut this video up into chunks. I'm gonna watch the first little chunk, and I'll explain why after we're done with it. So, let's go back to like capture Trash Cans YouTube channel. Subscribe to Trash Cans. We like trash cans.
Now, we all love Fallout, and now thanks to the show, it's finally hitting the mainstream for people who aren't even gamers. And thanks to that, you're probably saying, "Oh, trash cans, you're just trying to ride the trend to get views." And yeah, you're right. I was trying to do that. But unfortunately, this whole game dev thing takes a long time, not even to mention how long these sick edits take and the time it takes to write all my schizophrenic ramblings down into the Google Doc. So it looks like I missed the mark on that whole trend thing, but the Fallout OGs got
That's me, I guess. Gotcha.
me. Now, originally laying out this video, I was planning to do it in a couple days. But after filling everything out on a Trello board, I realized it would take probably a full month to do everything in this list correctly and make it feel good and polished. Which is exactly why, for some reason, I chose to do it in 2 weeks. The animations, it kind of works. It's better than them just floating at you, so we're gonna call it good for there. We're gonna call it good there. Then I got the Rad Roach working inside the game as well, and it took me until day 14 to add him, because honestly, I forgot I told him to make me it. The enemies are still really buggy. Get it? I think the nav mesh has a really hard time baking on top of complex structures like buildings and the terrain. But this is the final day and they kind of work, so I don't really want to risk breaking anything. So we're gonna have to call it there. Then I changed around the starting location a little bit and made it so that when you kill enemies, you get a couple caps. So now you can actually use the vending machine system I made that I totally did not forget about until just now. With that done, I needed to make the final location. And as I said earlier, in case you little zoomers with zero attention span forgot, I said I didn't want to have any NPCs in the town. So I needed a good reason for all of the NPCs to be gone. So the final location is a nest where all of the enemies in the world killed and dragged and ate the local NPCs of the town. See, me not wanting to do work isn't me being lazy. It's actually just it's just part of the lore. Part of the lore of the game. I would kill, I mean murder, with my bare hands for the job it is at Bethesda to just place shit around the world, because this is by far the most fun I've had with this entire project. I love this. With all that done, the only thing that was left to do was create the intro and outro. Now, in the last video...
Okay, so that's basically what I care about, because the intro and outro, I'm not going to worry about those two. Moment. Because now we have our scope. Woo, okay. So we have our scope. Which is town. 2 enemy types. 1 weapon. A story of some sort. And like a text cutscene, I guess. Oh, we're working. We're working. Dance book. Way that's legible. That's okay, so that's all the basic stuff, right? Based on Trash Can's video, what I want to do is a little bit on that. So basically, I've been playing a lot of Wasteland. 19. Fun fact: I was born in 1998. This game, 10 years older than I am. It did not age well. Play it. I'm not even sure I'd recommend the remaster, but the remaster is more usable. Anyway, The Wasteland 1998. Basically, I want to have this triangle system. Right, so we have town A, town B, and we got a little cave off town A. And this is based off of High Pool, Real Nomad's place. By the way, they're not nomads. They don't go anywhere. They just live on the rails. So I don't know why they're called nomads. And then we got the agricultural center. And basically what happens is you start in High Pool. High Pool needs an engine, right? Rail nomads have an engine. Great, easy. Just go to the rail nomads and ask them for their engine. No, because it's $500. You might be thinking, wow, that's a lot of dough. It is a lot of dough. So you got to go over here where they got mega crops. Right, so we got $500 worth of crops over here. Can't draw a dollar sign. Then you go over here, sell them to the local merchant here, get all that money, trade it for the engine, go back here, and they give you like, you know, they give you like $700 worth of rewards. So it's worth it, right? Now the only issue here is that this guy, the shopkeep in High Pool is buying the stuff. Is like, if the town needed it so much, why is he not just like giving you the money, right? And also it's not really discussed what the engine does. Question mark. So what? That's basically what I want to work on here. So I've got 3 areas. I'm just going to call them A, B, and C. Names TBD. A1, I guess. Start in A. A needs an engine. Right? Again, B has the engine, but doesn't want to give it to you. Why you need C. And also, C is where the shop is, so this interaction makes more sense. So you go here to here, and then here to here, and then back there. That's your quest. That's basically it. I also want to have. I thought it would be funny to have special, right? Classic Fallout thing. But all of the like words are different. So I like P is for portability, which basically just makes you shorter. And like what there's a cave where your character is like 2 meters tall by default, but the hole is 1 meter. So you take portability and then you drink and you full, right? So that's what that skill does. And then, oh, I forgot. Back here, right? I also want to have, so between sections, I want to have a little mini game, sort of an infinite runner type thing, but basically just like you've got a motorcycle or whatever. Basically, you know, you've played the Dino Run game. I want to make the Dino Run game, maybe something like that. Oh, I should start my timer because I have started work on. But actually started work, so I'm gonna start my timer. Control. Start. There we go. Start this one. Okay, so and this lower timer. So we watched the first little bit and the last little bit of this video. We're gonna so trash cans took 2 weeks. I'm taking 12 hours. So we're gonna it winds up being like 14 over 12 winds up being this amount. Or wait, no, 12 over 14. 12 over 14, right? Times 60, about 51 minutes. So every 51 minutes or so, we're gonna check in on this video and see how I'm doing, see how Trash Cans is doing. Okay, so, and then this is a Godot, and then we're just gonna open Godot up. Don't need one currently. because I made the green timer I made in my Godot myself. So like, we're gonna open a new project. We're gonna call it Fallout Clone thing folder. Also, I'm using an outdated version of Godot because I can't be bothered to update. It shouldn't really matter. Everything that works in 4.0.2 should work in 4. Whatever. I don't think there's been any major breaking changes. If there have been, let me know in the comments. Okay, so name this world. And then we need this box 3D. Perfect. On. Oh, and we can let's see if we can just put a kilometer in here. This one a kilometer too. Yeah. Here we go. Now we're cooking with polygons. So we got the box 3D. That's the ground. Beautiful. Now, child node, player, or character body 3D. Child node. Child node. Collision shape 3D. Capsule. Capsule. This is a capsule. Make sure it has color. So let's put green fallouty color. Yeah, there we go. Good. Yeah. Now drag it up above the world. It's gonna be velocity at 2.5 because we're going for something realistic. So I don't want that jump too cartoony. Oh, and I forgot a camera, right? Okay. Now child node, camera 3D. Where's the camera? Yeah, okay. Realize because it's a kilometer long, I can't actually see. Add sun to scene. Add environment to scene. Zynga. Affinity file. Let's like by brush. Yellow and brown. Swap these. File. Save as and our project. And then we here we go. Texture. Um, no, that didn't actually help. I want to. Um, near. That's some. So we can go forward and back, left, and right. Feels very Super Nintendo era, but it does work. So that's something. And we could honestly stick with this like 10 by 10 like pixel arty vibe for the whole thing. I think that wouldn't be the worst. Now, first of all, let's open my box of snacks. Got some Pepsi Nitro Vanilla Draft Cola. I think this stuff is quite good. Got a little shaken up. I was taking. Pepsi. Well, Pepsi specifically the Nitro. Um, right. So let's make a town. Um, first I want to have like sort of what? Okay, point measure length of the texture. Go to like a corner and so uh filed note and then 7 for no. That right there. Wait, let's just measure one bar. Y up, right? Oh yeah, actually. Little, Actually, can we just change the point? Let's. Oh no, we point one. Off. Okay, that was one. Oh, okay. So higher number is bigger. The smaller number is bigger pixel. So 0.01. Okay, we don't want that. We want, you know, 0.04. 1 pixel out. Obviously, kilometer by kilometer. That's 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Yeah, so it looks square from this angle. So got. I don't think it actually needs to be 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Size just not. Okay, let's call this our canvas. I'm gonna paint. So if one, so so 1 pixel, 1 pixel equals, so 500 by 500 grid. So 1 pixel, 500 by 500 meters. So 200 for the entire world. And obviously, we can draw things that are better resolution than 1 pixel. But if I just file 250 by 250, okay, we got the 1 pixel brush. So that lets us draw a better resolution. Okay, so we want to make a little town, and the original based on Hypool basically has a big lake, river. Got important buildings are here, and here. And then we got some big mountainous wall over around the whole thing, and some unimportant buildings. So not that exactly. I think the river is important. It doesn't have to be a lake. Let's put a river there. Great. And then we can have. Oh yeah, there's a little cave over here. Let's actually put the cave. No wait, because the out of the cave. Whatever. And there's a bridge. I remember. So bridge. Which pixel is 2 meters is about right for a bridge. Um, I don't know. Okay. And then you start here. So let's the important buildings like you got the well there was a store in the original. I think we actually might want to not have a store or maybe have like a bar or something. We have some like municipal building that's like useful here. There's a hospital. Let's get rid of the hospital. No hospital. Um, so let's call this the bar. Also, trash cans didn't have any NPCs. Right, so right. So the original trash cans had no NPCs. No, I kind of want NPCs. They're fun. Um, I don't know how to do animation. Might just like our probably our maximum is like Minecraft Village, right? But we're still using brush, huh? Oh wait, no, we're. Oh no, I'm drawing an invisible layer. Okay. That infinity lets you do that. Okay. I think that the best we're gonna get is like a Minecraft villager. Yeah, right, like that sort of. We're already going for the pixel art vibe, right? We're already going for this, so that might make sense. Oh, I didn't put on music. Get in the mood. Let's go for some bursting music. That worked well last time. Dubstep. Copyright play. Okay, let's get rid of study. Melancholic, here we go. We played at half speed. Get that link. So I'm listening to. Not actually playing for me, is it? Is my headphone? Oh, there it goes. Uh, no, now I want to make music for the game. Oh, hi James. I did not see you there. Yeah, so I'm having a long ass stream here. We just got started. I already did the intro. I'll do it again. Basically, I'm trying to do this video, but in 12 hours instead of 2 weeks. But it's like 12 concentrated hours, and in Godot, this guy uses Unity. Making Fallout type game. What I've got so far. Looks very exciting, as you can tell. Oh, I haven't even. Oh my god, I'm so far. I'm not far behind. I just I always do it. So on right, if input press cancel get so yeah, I haven't done that yet. That's how early this project is. All that code does is if I press escape, the game exits. Really useful if you want to like quickly iterate. One of the first things I always do. I didn't have that yet. Okay. Anyway, so I wanted to see how big Godot could work, and it has I mean, it's making this like 500 by 500 meter like box here with no issues whatsoever. Fun, I like that. Really low resolution texture. So 1 pixel is roughly 2 meters the way I've got it set up. And so I was planning Unity. I was planning what I was going to fill this space with. So maybe a bar. Right. I got sidetracked. I want it because if I want a bar, then I need. I could also have like a note board just in the original game. So in Wasteland, you were there for some of the Wasteland stream, right? You basically you walk into the store, and there's just like a plaque on the thing on the wall that says, "Hey, it's all things you do." Yeah. So, high pool. I spent a lot of time there going left, right, left, right, left, right to heal. As you go into the store, it basically gives you like 5 different quest hooks, and I kind of want to do that as well. And let's see. Sort of my jotting down pad. Basically, high pool, which is what I'm basing town A in my game, and I've got towns A, B. That's not how you spell B, whatever. Basically has 2 quests. There's one get engine, and 2. There's sort of a dog quest. There's a character named Jackie who you can rescue from rabbit dog. Those are the 2 basic quests. And I want to have something similar in my game, so go where Discord. That's basically my thoughts. So also this is really low resolution because it's 250 by 250. So 1 pixel equals oh yeah, trees. I need trees. You know what? Let's open Blender, see what we can get done in that half hour. I was thinking I was gonna do something like basically just not make but make tab into edit. I'm sorry. OA. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to make a low poly tree. That looks bad. This, like how this looks. Yeah, there we go. That's about the right. That's about the right vibe. So like make this guy as like that, and then we. Poly. Wide. But go. Code. Go. You. There we go. That's like a presentable. Our rotate. Great. Echo suit. Like 5 radius. No. No. That there. Still. Around a little bit. Is that about right? Great. And then we grab some random parts. A little bit. Great. So yeah, this doesn't look like a tree, but this is going to be a placeholder for a tree file where it will be. Want this for layout p underscore tree. Or not Unity, no. 3. I'll have it. That's not what that's supposed to be. Happen. Darn Roblox Studio don't work. Sorry to hear that. I okay. We also want dash coal for give it color. I guess we can start. Sounds kind of color. There. There we go, that's about right. Okay. So oh. Looks part as that is okay. Well, it for the transform the Y on the ground. Oh, wait, no. Uh, that's scaled about right for. Okay. Okay, so this actually looks pretty good. I think it might scale might be a little off. Might want to make it like 1 point. Okay. A really small tree. Oh, there's like a 6 second delay, James. What did you actually go with? Like nudge it on the in-game. Oh, there's that tree. Fun. Oh, I need a. I don't have any way to look around. Okay, let's do that. Pause. Okay. What the heck was it doing? Um.
The animation player here. When I'm playing, now that we've got this environment set up, let's set up a player scene so we can actually move around it. So I'll hit this plus button, other node, character body 3D, I'll call it player, control A, add a mesh instance 3D, and then I'm also going to add a collision shape 3D for the mesh instance. Okay, and then here I'm just going to remove all of these UI, and if input.isAction just pressed quit, so that when we move the cursor, the player rotates along with the camera. So I'm going to close this out. Also, when we lock the cursor, it does become a little bit of a nuisance to close the game. So I'll add a func_ready function, input.mousemode equals input.mousemode captured. Let's take a look. Okay, so now the mouse is captured, and if I hit escape.
Great. So I've been using Rails since basically I started working on Go, and it's still really fucking good. You know what? I'll just drop it in chat. Yeah. Yeah, go watch this. Anyway, um, chunk.
I can close out. Now we just need to handle the rotation. So up top, I'm going to get a reference to the camera at onReady var camera equals
Uh, velocity.
camera 3D. And then under this ready function, I'll add another unhandled input function if event is input.
Okay.
Event mouse motion. And when the cursor moves from left to right, we're going to rotate the player on the y-axis. So rotate y negative event dot relative dot x, and then
And then I remember this.
I'll multiply that by 0.005.
Okay, so 0.005 is a little high for me. Do that like 0.00. And that might look like a very small number. It's because it's in radians. 0.002, basically that means so you're moving a tenth of a degree. Or I think mouse moves that. Which, so if you move your mouse like I don't know exactly how the calculation, but point being, I like it lower. Fun fact: Borderlands 2 is literally unplayable to me because I needed to hack it to get my mouse sensitivity as low as I wanted it to, because I like mine around 2, and their default is around 10. So I had to hack it. I literally had to go into a hex editor and like change the value in my game.
And then I'll copy this, and on the line below, camera dot, and paste that. When the cursor moves up and down, we're going to rotate the camera on the x-axis. So I'll change this rotate y to rotate x, and then the relative x to relative.
Also, if you use different values here, if you use like a y instead of an x somewhere, it just like makes it really. When I first was playing around with the stuff that they taught me in this tutorial, I made this really weird game where you could like, I don't even know how I just like made it rotate around the z instead of the y or something, and it was really weird to control. Rotate, yeah. Okay, rotate. Oh, actually, I should make this very var var y var bar. And that way, if I need to make a settings menu, all I have to do is like have it values around. And that should make my code easier.
Y, and we just need to lock this number to a certain range, otherwise the character's camera could like somersault forward infinitely. So under that, camera.rotation.x equals, and I'll copy this, clamp, and paste that, and then comma, negative pi over 2, pi over 2.
And the reason he's using pi over 2 is because, again, everything's in radians, and so let's go to the idea zone. So pi radian. So what he's basically doing is, imagine you're, oh, looks bad. Basically saying you can go between here and here. So it's here's 0. Whatever. Basically means you can't go too far in terms of like moving your camera around. And I'll run the game without that code, and you'll understand what so yep. See that I can. Like human heads do not move this, right? I can't look up all the way, look down. Like this is a little bit uncomfortable, and it's kind of funny, but I don't think I should put this in my video, right? I'm gonna camera rotation uh, uh, go.
All right, so I'll save that. And now we can move around.
Oh, camera.rotation.x. I got it. Needs to be it needs to be x because otherwise it's not compatible with float. So, and now you can see that I can't actually look all the way to the horizon and back down. I can only that. I can make a settings menu later. One. Oh, and I can't move because project setting. Um, up. Back. Left. And this is just because I sometimes my arrow keys rather than WASD, depending on what I'm doing. Now, back, left. And we got ourselves a first-person character controller that works pretty well. And yeah, actually, no, I was wrong on the make the jump lower. That jump's fine. 5, there we go. We need a scale for that jump, so boom. Yeah, bonk my head on the. Now, this tree's sort of growing on me, but in terms of style, I think I can make it better, but it's like okay. It does what it needs to do. I want to make less selective. That roughness all the way up. And for the roughness, less shiny. That looks a lot less shiny. Like right in view. Still cute. That. Start the game. Wow, I'm looking right at the tree. Oh, it even does a shadow. Oh yeah, because that just comes. Let's do that like. Okay, hang in the air for a second. So. I'll see. That's about right. 5. Okay. Well, it is time for our first check-in. Woo! I wrote down all the timestamps in this handy dandy little note. So we want to go to 7. All right. Stop that timer.
I guess. Now, if you're a modern Fallout fan, sorry to the 12 people who still play these games, you'll know the games mainly consist of 2 colors. You got your greens and you got your browns. Now, I love the brown Fallouts. Give me a good dirty New Vegas. Give me a rural farmland 76, and I'm creaming my jeans. Which is exactly why I made the player capsule this beautiful.
This is dumb. You will never see the player capsule. It doesn't actually matter.
Little color. And luckily enough for me, Fallout has a very simple movement system that honestly most of the time does not feel good in the slightest, which makes that 2 videos in a row where I just copy and pasted a movement controller I made a month and a half ago. What's that you say? Repetition is the best way to learn how to code? I don't care. Look, it's moving around. Oh, are you watching this at night? Flashbang! Sorry, I think I passed out there for a second. What's going on? And with a nice texture, some lighting, post-processing, and some fog, we have created the 2010 creation engine look inside of Unity. Not really, but it's fun to say I did.
I've just been informed that they didn't start using Creation Engine until Skyrim, and that New Vegas was made with Gamebryo. I understand if you think I'm a fraud and would like to click off now. Thank you for your time.
Now, it's time to make a gun system, because apparently that's like a thing in the Fallout games or something. And to fit the Western theme I'm going with, I grabbed this low poly revolver off of the asset store. And I don't want to hear a single one of you complain about how I'm using pre-made assets when all of you love New Vegas, and that's just a literal asset rip of Fallout 3 just with a new coat of paint. Bite me! Thanks to Play the YouTuber for this awesome modular gun system. I majored in dumbassery at Dunce Academy, so God knows I wouldn't be able to make this gun system in general. And also, it took me 4 hours to debug the pre-written code he gives you in the tutorial. That's how stupid I am and bad I am at this.
Okay, so we missed the mark a little bit because I don't have guns yet. Well, we'll see in 51 minutes. So, I guess the next thing is guns. Trash Cans only has the one gun. I'm only gonna have the one gun because I'm trying to meet it or beat it. But I don't feel the need to make multiple guns. Got that tutorial here. Still pretty good. I think I can make my own gun. I don't really know how to structure a blender. File new. As placeholder underscore. Sure. Yep. Okay. File new journal. So. Actually, I want to make a revolver because trash cans makes revolver. So revolver. Actually, I thought it might be fun to do like a. That doesn't quite. So I don't actually want revolver. That's what looks like that still make. But I like this one. I know it's literally a toy, but oh, it's okay, we have. Okay, this is great. So it gives a transparent image of like everything. So if I want to model this like accurately, I just by frame. That's probably about as good. All right. Um, that. Blender, want to site. Uh, um, well, I remember. Oh, okay. I don't actually know anything about modeling from reference. Let's just start with a fucking plane. Um, got got one little vertex. Side view. E. By the way, this is a crowd trick. Doom. All of their weapons are based dollar store twice. I wish I had music. It's obviously older, but I need a 3D model to make. So, uh, um, Oh, this geometry is bad. Don't worry about it. Geometry. Worried. What the happened here? Whatever. Okay. No, actually, oh, actually, like auto generate plugin. Um, select. You know, I think these are actually defensible. Surprise, I want quad. Oh, only face. That. Now we go. And we're gonna start making. Okay, that's a quad. I feel like good. Select. Or that's a fit. Again, I don't know how to do this. I just know that this will probably be better topology than what I've just previously did. So, yeah, that. But fine. And if I just go. I want quad face. And I don't know if this is good topology or not, but I think it's acceptable. Go. Yep. Rose does Marf filling. That's not the term. Don't take that out of context. Quad right. Yeah. Now because it's all quads. tough to fix. What a technically a quad, let's go. Probably wrong. But I mean 12 hours feels like a lot of time, but realistically for 12 hours is a blink of an eye. It doesn't get you much. And so like just learning how to do one step of this process, actually back to that one, would probably take longer than 12 hours. Right, so I don't know how like I'm doing my best guess of what you're like what good modeling is on a couple videos I watched. Oh wait, no, we can make it quad. I'll try. Like those. I'm crashed. Okay, I see the issue here. There's basically no geometry to put that out. So start by subdividing. Yep. That's a quad. Quad. That's a quad. Or that's whatever. It's better than it was. Now we can press A, press E. We got ourselves a placeholder gun model. Woo! Oh gosh. And that looks defensible. Placeholder. It's not supposed to be perfect. Let's color this thing. Black. I don't know. Make it shiny black. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we take this, and then that piece all the way down. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Pretty good. Alright. File. Save. All that. Or. Right. File. Word. Oh, I forgot to scale it. Whoops. Alright, whatever. It'll look a little funky until I scale it correctly. I don't want to... let's you know, put that in Blender. That re-import. Have to resize it. Still like one. There we go. Bye. Just for fun, our character left-handed. So this is a thing I do pretty often, where I'll just like adjust. I'll rotate it until it looks right, and then after I'm done with that, I'll round it to the nearest 90. Right. Relevant. Also, this thing is so wide that it looks like it should have two hammers. So I'm just gonna give it 2 hammers. Why not? Top view. Oh fuck. Okay. Top view. Actually, what's that a mirror modifier? I apply that? To hide a bunch of emojis. W. W doesn't pop for sec. Oh, backwards. Fire. Oh. I. Okay. After you. Okay, now that modifier light on. Oh, did I undo the material? Okay. Color, make it dark purple. Metallic. Not at all rough. Okay, that looks like. getting quickly topology, my topology. Oh, I see. Whatever. That's good enough. File. Game. Actually.
I see the violence in your eyes, and it's a silent.
That works. Oh wait. Apply the modifier so it passes by the string. Okay. Back. So, file save as revolver blend revolver as after the modifier is done. So, right. There we go. 2 hammers. What does it look like in game? Okay, well the not working? Huh. Later. I see. Forward. Back. forward, back, right, jump. There we go. This looks like a first-person shooter. Now we can't actually shoot yet. Got a cat in the chair. We're gonna take a gummy sushi break. Woo! So before stream, I went to CVS to get some snacks. I also got this gummy sushi. Do a quick review of that. Why not? So we're gonna start off with. Not sure what this is supposed to be. I don't know very much sushi. Okay, whatever. Very crunchy. Yeah, not my favorite. Okay. Yeah, we'll review some more sushi later. Right now, I might even buy this. Very, like, the fact that it's transparent makes it so useful for 3D modeling. I haven't actually used that because I was just like getting it outside, but still.
All right, so save that. And now,
Okay. Pistol animations I should know how to do. Node player.
we can move around and the player can look up and down and everything works as expected. The movement isn't great, and there's a lot of things that you could do to this controller to make the movement better, but that would be a little bit out of the scope of this video, so we're just going to tweak a couple numbers and call it there. So I'll hit escape, and I'm just going to change the speed to 10, the jump velocity to 10 as well, and then
So this guy's trying to make a sort of a cartoony shooter, and I am trying to make a sort of realistic, grounded. I mean, it's grounded. Like I'm literally making the gravity higher to make it so that you still have more jump than you might have in real life, but also that you don't just like fly up floatily. Okay, can I eat one of these? Sort of a pomegranate flavor. Anyway.
I'll set the gravity to 20. And for our purposes, this movement is going to work just fine. We can move around a little bit more quickly and jump up around the environment a little bit. Okay, so that's a wrap for the character movement. Next up, we're going to give the player our pistol mesh as well as some animations. So I'm going to go back to the 3D tab over here, click Camera 3D, Control-Shift-A, give it a pistol.blend as a child, and then in that transform position, I'll set to 0.5, minus 0.25, minus 0.5. I'm going to click View up here at the top of the viewport, select two viewports Alt, and then I'm going to open this bottom panel here as well. And I'll click Camera 3D, click Preview on the right, and then I'm going to adjust this until I can see the full yellow outline here. So this is what the player is going to see from the camera. I'll click pistol over here, center in on that, zoom in there, and now let's make some animations. Player, Control A, add an animation player node here, animation new, let's make an idle animation, and let's make it 3 seconds long. So I'll click pistol, and then I'll key position, create.
Okay, so I don't even animation. No. No. Lottery code. Other animation. Oh, I forgot. Minus 4. That. Add a rotation. Minus that. So by default it's 0. That at 0. That looks kind of fun. Remember the first time I was using this tutorial, I was like immediately like, what if I had 2 guns? And there's like one gun that was like teleporting you and one gun that was shooting, and I couldn't get any of it to fucking work. So I'm not going to attempt 2 guns here, but one gun we can do. Okay, we got 7 minutes. Let's model some sort of structure for a house. File, general. I don't need the camera. Light. For what? Okay, I make you. Wait, no. Actually, I want to start with a plane. Plane. First of all, warehouses are boring, so let's why that. Oh, a little bit of got a fake orb. Top view. That was top view. Oh, side view. I don't know. Kind of. It's also like what are you trying to make? Um. Okay, so they're very square. Actually, kind of what I want. A little worn down, like it's been repaired a couple times. Vertical picture. Some sort. Places are very boxy. This is one of those. Um. Um. Knife tool. Delete that. And let's just great. Well, right. Time to with trash can.
Now, I'm gonna make a recoil animation for the revolver so you can actually kind of tell what's going on. Because generally in real life, you can kind of tell when a firearm is going on. And now you can also swap weapons. I have no idea how I'm going to incorporate this system into a Pip-Boy, cause I'm not a programmer yet again. But we're gonna burn that bridge when we get there, I guess. But hey, look, the rifle also has recoil now. And yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. The final product only had one gun in it because bugs. He was trying to debug it and he couldn't, so he just got rid of the other weapon. So I'm not gonna bother making another weapon. Got one. Has 2 hammers on it because I don't know. It's kind of fun. You got. It doesn't actually make sense. The reason that you have a hammer, fucking. Basically, on a revolver, right? You got this thingum, you got the barrel, and you got the hammer. Hammer is just rotates, pull it back, right? And so, a revolver with 2 hammers would also have to have barrels, and it would look very, very silly. Like, look, you basically just got like an overcomplicated shotgun at this point. But it is very funny to look at. So I think I might just commit to the bit. And your gun is just like a double-barreled revolver, and you can so like you have 2. You can reload twice, or I don't know. It's just. But then how do you control that? Because like on your mouse you got 2 buttons, but buttons that's just both. I guess. So how would you? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. It's fine.
A real game dev would spend multiple weeks, if not months, perfecting and polishing every single one of these mechanics. So I'm kind of interested in seeing how it's going to lay out when we're forced to do multiple of them every single day to reach the project deadline. But in better news, you can now swap weapons, shoot both of them, and have recoil and reload animations. I'm getting better at pretending like I know what I'm doing. Now, it's time to work on the Pip-Boy UI. If you don't...
Yeah, that I have not even started on. Also, we're gonna eat one of these. It's just like a gummy bear and a thingum. Like this is literally just a gummy bear. It's like it's a ring guy and a gummy bear. That's kind of fun. We're gonna eat one of these.
I don't know what UI stands for. It stands for universally I and everyone else hates doing this What is a graphics raycaster? But
This is one thing that Godot is really good at. Because look at all this stuff. Look at all these little buttons and whatchamacallits. Those are all made in Godot. Those are all made in Godot. Because Godot is made of itself. Which means that every platform you can export to is also a platform you can use Godot on. Other than consoles, because... actually, I'm gonna... Oh, yeah, okay. I feel like I should... Anyway,
here you go. I know it doesn't look like it, but this took me 2.5 hours. I'm also not an artist. And yes, I know it looks like garbage 13-year-old commenter who's never made a game. It's called a placeholder asset.
Here we go. Okay, so we're sort of along different tracks. So I'm making a bunch of assets. Trash cans. He is not making assets. He's recording them. It's fine. I have nothing against that. I think that for a new game developer, it is probably best that you make your own assets, at least to start. But I'm gonna drink some water here. My thought process here was I'm gonna be sitting here for a while, and I get really sweaty when I stream for more than like 3 hours. So water, part of a nutritious breakfast. Now I gotta remember how to. I'm gonna look up. I gotta remember how to. Normals. Okay, shift N. A. N. N. Shift N. In edit mode. Click the object. Boom. There we go. Oh, I just remembered. I also have to go to depth. Because it was not of that looks goofy in game. I'll just stylistic art. Oh, because I what's that? File. Yeah, that doesn't look terrible. Right, but oh, does it, that broke? We'll fix that. We're just gonna. Oh, I forgot to do dash col. We'll just go in. Oh, and then oh, not good. Oh no, no. Right. Oh, because. Oh, did I not set the timer? Okay. What? We're 2 hours in. Woo. I don't know how to make a house in Blender. I'm gonna look up a tutorial for to make that for how to do that. Uh. So it wanted the. So that puts that makes the exterior work. But then. Well, let's see. I haven't actually implemented the animation. Ugh. Oh, okay. Um. Breakcore half speed. Okay, so we sort of got a structure. We got need some sort of okay. So I need a target. Target. I'm just gonna have to follow that.
To reset track, same with rotation. Okay, then I'll go halfway over here, and I'm going to rotate it forward in the x-axis a little bit and move it down on the y-axis. Animations. So we've got our animations set up. Now we just need to add some logic in the player script so that those animations play under the right circle.
I'm gonna eat some of this spaghetti stuff. Spaghetti.
Circumstances. I'm going to start by clicking the animation player node, and then in playback options I'm going to set the default blend time to 0.05. This is just going to
My review of the spaghetti stuff is I didn't even notice I was eating it. Just like I bit it like once and I was done.
to make it so that when we swap between these animations, they automatically blend for a little bit, and it's going to look a little bit smoother. So now let's go into the player script. I'll close this panel here. Go up top. Let's get a reference to the animation player at onReadyVar anim player equals animation player. So if the player is moving and they're on the floor, we're going to play the
We're not doing moving the idle animation. If and the animation isn't already playing, we'll start later. Okay. Not already playing. That didn't fix. Whatever, it does sort of work.
Move animation, otherwise let's play the idle animation. I'm going to put that logic right here above move and slide. So if input dir is not equal to vector2.0 and is on floor, anim player dot play move, move, and then if that's not the case, else anim player dot play idle. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so we start with the idle animation. When we move, it swaps to that. When we jump, it goes back to idle. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to add shooting. So we're going to start by adding an action input for that. So project settings, input map, add new action, shoot.
Yep.
Down here, I'll map it to mouse buttons, left mouse button. Okay, and let's detect this input in unhandled input.
That's not how I'm doing
So
it.
if input is action just pressed, shoot. And we're going to use the animation length of shoot as the cooldown for shooting, so we need to check to make sure that that animation isn't already playing. So, and animplayer.current animation is not equal to.
Okay, got it. Try that.
Shoot, and this is a little bit long, so I'm going to add a backslash here and tab that over. So here it will be, we'll make a function called play shoot effects, and then let's make that function down here. So func play shoot effects, and then animPlayer.stop. Whenever I'm doing important animations like this, I typically will stop the animation player first. It can be a little finicky sometimes. So animPlayer.play shoot, and currently move and idle will override this in the physics process function, so we just need to check to make sure that this isn't playing before we swap to these. So up here I'm going to add if animPlayer.current animation.
Okay, right. Got it. So an upper shoot. That. Right now I can choose passes on, right? Oh no. The animation time to like 1 second. So it is working as intended.
Is equal to shoot. I'll pass, and then I'll change this to else if. And so with that,
Okay, so we don't currently have an idle animation or anything like that, but our shooting animation works. Ooh. Alright. And that means you're basically caught up with Trash Can. Sort of.
okay, we're good with idle and move, and then if I shoot, the shoot animation plays, nothing's overridden by it. Okay, everything's looking good, and all we need to do is add a muzzle flash. Okay, so let's add that muzzle flash. So I'm going to go back
Don't
to
worry
the
about
3D view.
this from 5.
Okay, so we've got the necessary pistol animation set up now, but we don't have any shooting taking place in the sense that we're damaging any players or anything like that. So let's set that up now. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give the player an aiming indicator with clicking the camera and Control A, add a texture rect. Down here I'm going to search for a circle.
I want mine to be immersive, so no aiming reticle. Maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I don't care.
I'm going to use Circle 5 from the Kenny Particle Pack. I'll drag that into the texture field over here. I'll click the anchor presets here, go to Full Rect. Stretch mode, I'll use Keep Aspect Centered, Layout, Transform, right-click Size, Copy Value, Pivot Offset. I'll paste that value, and then I'll divide both of those values by 2. And then for the scale, I'll set this to 0.03, and then this is going to work just fine as our aiming indicator. So now let's give the player a raycast so they can detect enemy players when they shoot. So I'll click Camera 3D, Control A, Raycast 3D. Over here, set the collision mask to 2 because this is the layer that we set the players to. And then target position, I'll set Y to 0 and Z to -50 so it goes nice and far in front of the player.
Okay, so we need S3D. I'm gonna add it child of the -. That's the okay. So is it because the revolvers were okay, okay. Have to transform. Go -50. Now we have our. Is that all we get for 50 meters? Much longer than that.
Player, and then I'll go into the player script. And let's get a reference to the raycast here at onReadyVar raycast equals, then I'll just drag it in right here. And let's set up a health variable as well. Var health equals 3. So I'll
Got this sushi. This is sort of a. I guess the closest thing is a shrimp. It's like a shrimp thing on top of a marshmallow thing. They're very different chewiness levels, but this is actually the best so far. I'm still not sure if I'd recommend it. Oh. The gummy's bad. The gummy's good. The marshmallow is kind of there.
I'll say that after the player gets hit 3 times, let's respawn them. So here when we're shooting, let's check to see if we're hitting a player. So if raycast.is colliding, then let's get a reference to the hit player.
Okay, so right now I want the world to react. I want the world to react if you so if it hits anything, I want something to happen. Or okay, so after this lighting. Like, how do I want to spawn something? I want to do something at the. Okay. Even have a gummy bear. Just it's. I don't fully understand.
Hello and welcome to another coding adventure. So while I was messing around with ray tracing last episode, I came across a technique called ray matching, which lets one do some pretty cool stuff. But before we can get to the cool stuff, we need to be able to calculate distances, starting with the distance between 2 points. Fortunately,
Um. Test array. Okay, just get collision point. That's just for now. Okay, I want to do something graphical. Okay, let's draw something. black. I need to make some sort of. Article. Okay, so now if we shoot, let's I think I want to have some. Have. Hell no. Mission. Long skinny. Um. Like R and R9. Oh, actually. Why? 50 is a lot of. Oh, okay. And then I only want to show this like half. I can put methods in the animation. Um, wait. Back for me. Track. Oh, I see. Falling. Okay, extends missions in 3D. Right? Oh, do I need... Does need to be... Okay, I need a wrapper function. Um, Solver. I am running out of time, so boring thing. Um, So then as type, something like that. Kill it. That'll. First of all, let's eat one of these bar thingums. Issue now is that it doesn't actually make what your gun is shooting at versus. Right. Hold on, no. Any vertical is fine, I guess. Dot.
right thing to do is hit player dot health minus equals 1. But a little bit. And this is a little bit long, so I'm going to add a backslash here and tab that over. So animation player, on for shooting so that this isn't playing before we swap to these. So up here, I'm going to slash. Okay, so current animation is equal to shoot. I'll pass, and then I'll change this to else if. And so with that, okay, we're good with idle and move. And then if I shoot, the shoot animation plays, nothing's overridden by it. Okay, everything's looking good, and all we need to do is add a muzzle flash. Okay, so let's add that muzzle flash. So I'm going to go back to the 3D view here, back to one viewport, and close this panel here. I'll click pistol, Control A, sheer magic. Alright, so we've got some stuff synchronized now, but one thing that we don't is actually the shooting animation. You'll see I'm shooting in one game here. So the ones that I'm going to sync are player. In order to make it so that the server connected dot, that looks good to me. Let's make sure everything looks good here. When I'm playing something over and over again and it's a one shot, I just find that not for shooting. So we need to leave our anim player equals animations. So we've got our animations set up now. We just call it from up here. So add player, and then we can. Okay, so we've got the necessary pistol animations set up now, but we don't have any shooting taking place in the sense that we're damaging any players or anything like that. So let's set that up now. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give the player an aiming indicator with clicking the camera and Control A, add a text.
Got it. Text direct. That just looks terrible, but it does work. Then we need to out of the forecast. Oh, because I'm Hmm. 213. What can I? Just under 3 hours. Track opening. Yeah. Bar. So structure doesn't. Done, but so I'm currently printing where it hits, but I actually want to like a hit on. Particles. Okay, cool. Revolgle, transformed by origin. Well, now I need effect.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Isaac from Shaft Games, and today we are going to look at doing a hit scan weapon as quickly as possible. We're going to try to keep this as brief as can be. If you are interested in learning more about creating a hit scan weapon, I've got a full
Okay, cool. Pause our timer.
Okay, so right now I can't really do much.
Oh, I didn't do any inventory stuff. Okay, well, whatever. Inventory in Godot is actually, like, sort of, UI in Godot is actually not that bad. I just don't know how to do it. The gummy thing wrapped around
The Pip-Boy prototype. Jesus Christ, say that 10 times fast. Until we add things the player can actually interact with. Because if you've never played a Fallout game, why the fuck are you even watching this? And 2, the Pip-Boy has 3 main purposes. Manage your stats, manage your items, and manage your data, aka like your quests and your notes and stuff. And as of right now, we have no stats, we have no items, and we have no quests. So I'm gonna work on implementing a player health system. So we can actually, flesh out some mechanics. Because that's apparently what a game is. It's just a bunch of code and spit and tape and mechanics that a player picks up a controller with and shit talks on the internet. But thanks to my hot little European boy brackies, we now have a working and updating health system with UI. And with that, I made it so you can hurt yourself in the environment, open your Pip-Boy, and heal yourself. And yes, I'm going to make it so you can actually run out of healing items. Can you give me a goddamn minute? I'm named after a trash can. You should taper your expectations that you have of me. But with that said, I now made it so you can run out of Nuka-Cola and then pick up more in the world and have it update in your Pip-Boy. You're welcome.
Alright, cool. So, UI of some description. UI of some description. And, something that dies. Okay, but I also want to have a particle effect that I place where you hit with the. I use my notes thing at all. Been 2 hours since I last. Minutes, 3 seconds. Guys, I'm done with the sushi. My review is don't buy it. It's not worth the money. I feel like I'm losing a little bit of steam. So let's see. So I want the gun to feel kind of okay. We don't even have any like sound effects for the gun. That might be helpful. Given what I just finished in about 3 hours, what can I finish in the other 9? So placing objects in the world is pretty fast, so I can make environments no problem. I don't know if I'll be able to code the infinite runner thing to make going between environments more interesting, but I can probably just put like an area 3D right here, and then like I don't exactly remember how to do it, but loading instance, like loading in material. That 10 times. That means that each is now point. Oh yeah, and Trashcan's video also had like terrain that had non-flat terrain. Oh, and can you also put collision on it so it doesn't, I don't know. Music. So they will make a pretty fast tree. Make more tree. So I don't think I have time to do everything in my initial design, given how much I've gotten done in the last 3 hours. So let's go back to the drawing board on that. Okay, so step 1, make the drawing table is right side up. Step 2, sit up so you can see my dang face. Okay, step 3. So from town A, right? Town A. It needs like building. Buildings and there's only 3 buildings. Buildings actually matter. Let's design that first. So I think it doesn't even need walls. It's just like a flat plane. I think I'm gonna keep it a flat plane for simplicity. Pathfinding. Enemies in pathfinding is gonna be most difficult things. So let's do that. If I have enemies and you can shoot them, then that's a win. So first things first, let's go to Blender. File. Having I'd insert. I didn't go. Covers of I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is our enemy. I'm gonna put a dash colon delighted with. Okay, there we go. There's our enemy. This older enemy. Ball. Work when I shoot it. Yes, it does. Woo! Okay. Now, just, I want a health bar UI. I have to make so many decisions on the fly. What the hell? Like, I have to figure out, like, do I want it to die one hit? Do I need some sort of UI? I guess the UI would not be too hard to implement. I can just, like, I mean, the progress bar is, that's literally what my timer is right here. My timer is just a progress, like just a progress bar. I already know how to use those. That wouldn't be the worst. Like, I can just like have that as like a thing that floats above, but only activates if you've actually hit it. And so just like have it by default, and then if like on received damage, if your damage is, or just have like a binary that's like, or a boolean that's like damage, non-damage. I also need better music. This isn't bad, it's just not where I'm looking for right now. So what's a video game that like makes you fun? By Baba is not really DMC. It's like, no, more distorted than you. Yeah.
Tutorial series on creating an FPS manager. Fresh. I'm going to create a variable here called rain next function. Okay.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial I'll be showing you how to use the raycast in Godot 4. To start, I'm going to add the raycast to my player, so raycast 2D. If you're using 3D, it'll work just the same. You can grab this little dot right here and drag it out. This will be the size. click reset. You can even scale over here. So let's just do 200. Okay, you can see it right here. Make sure it's enabled. And exclude parent. What this does is it will...
So first of all, I need to the enemy. Have collision. Fucking yeah, it's got a collider. Collider. It's got... Okay, okay. Okay. Note. Okay. So that's backwards. All right. Boom. Okay. So now. Great. I haven't. Um. So I can. Call it. Die. Um. Our health equals 1. bar. Um. Okay. Um. Let's. Well, 2D.
Hello and welcome to episode 8 of the How to Make an RPG Game in Godot 4, and today we're going to be adding these health bars to our enemy and our player. But if you're not following along with this series and just clicked on this video for health bars, or really any UI updating element that you need for your game in Godot, this is going to be perfect because we are covering everything that you need to learn to, make different updating UI elements, which in this video we're going to be going over a health bar, but it really works for anything. But before we start, I just want to ask if you could go below and hit the subscribe button, drop a like on this video to help YouTube push this series to more inspiring game developers so they can learn to make their own Godot games as well. But without further ado, let's get started with episode 8 and add health bars to our enemy and our player. Okay, so first off, to make our health bar, we're going to go to our player and we're going to add it to our player first. So if we go to our player scene, then in our player scene, we're going to go and add a progress bar, which is a node in Godot, and we can just rename this to our health bar. Alright, so name that to our health bar, and then our health bar, we can make it look...
As you need to go to 3D.
Hello and welcome to a Godot tower defense tutorial on how to create a health bar. As you can see here, what I've done is I've set up a wizard with a health bar on his head, and I've got a little script running in the background that gradually decreases his health. A couple of features here, you'll notice that it always faces you, no matter where you are, which is a really useful feature, as well as changing from green to yellow to red, and then in my example here, I've got a little animation when it runs out and he dies. That's beyond the scope of this tutorial, but if you would like to see that, then let me know, I can always put something together. So this tutorial runs alongside a Godot tower defense tutorial that I'm running, where my alien UFOs would also have health bars above them and may be destroyed, and we can watch the health go down on those. So if you are interested, please take a look at my Godot tower defense tutorial, but if you want to, just follow along with this one and you can run this completely separately and add it into your project. So without further ado, let's crack on.
Yes, get on with it.
If you did enjoy a world 3D node, I've set up a floor which is a CSG box 3D with use collisions turned on. It's got a texture that I've downloaded from Kenny's, which I'll put a link to the description below. I've added a light, standard directional light 3D, which I'm pointing down. So in order to render our health bar, what we're going to use is what's called a sub viewport. Now, Godot has this concept of viewport.
Sub viewport. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
And a viewport is what the game is actually displayed on when you play it. A sub viewport is used for things like pin entry screens, computer terminals, stuff that you see in game, perhaps a heads up display or a map, something that needs to be rendered slightly separately, and we can use a sub viewport to contain our health bar. But initially, at least, we need something to be able to view it as well, because you can't view sub viewports directly. So what we'll do is we're going to create what's called a sub viewport container, and once we're happy that it looks okay, at least initially, we will then bring that into a sprite 3D, which can render it into our 3D world. So let's click on...
Okay, so this is way more complicated than I thought it would be, but we should be able to do it anyway. Okay. I also want...
Let's create a castle in Blender. Go to Preferences and enable the Extra Objects add-on. Go to Mesh, Extras, Wall Factory. In the Properties, you'll find Customization options. The end
Okay.
Always sort of-
Hello everyone and welcome to episode 170. 10-minute hotel now. Ready, steady, go, and we're off. Yep, that's it. Tab into edit mode, 8 select everything, hold the control key, snap it up there, scale X maybe 10, scale Y 20, and then let's just bring it up to like this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meters, maybe something like that. Control R, do a loop cut, and Control R, do a loop cut here. I'm just gonna do a balcony here. Might look good. Alt E to extrude long phase normals. Actually, before that, I'm going to do Control R to loop cut. Scale X, maybe we can get a little bit more exciting scale on the Z axis. Maybe. Oh, have I? Control. I need to go to global here. Scale X. There we go. Maybe something like that. That's good. Control R. Let's do some loop cuts there because we're going to put some windows here as well. Control R. And I'll be able to put the detail in now. Maybe I'll extrude these as well. So shift control, select those, E to extrude. Maybe we can make, let's bridge these together. So I'll do block select these. Maybe I'll do bridge faces there. A, M, get rid of those doubles that I probably got there. No, I didn't actually. All right, and here I should be able to, maybe I'll extrude these as well.
Oh, this is okay, I will come back to that. I think what I start with, like, needs to just be like always a box. I need to construct it out of, I don't know. Okay, where were we? First. So
Other node here, and we're going to bring in a sub viewport container. You can see I've already typed that in there. So I'm just going to click sub viewport container, and it's complaining that it won't have a sub viewport. So let's just add the child node now, a sub viewport. There we go, and now it's happy. We can set the size of our sub viewport. So let's, given the size of the health bar we want to use, let's go for something like 256 by 256 at the moment, and the sub viewport container actually resizes to the size of the actual sub viewport container. I think if you have multiple ones, it also stretches to the number of containers that you've got. So in our sub viewport here, what we're going to now add is what's called a health progress bar. So if we go over here and type in progress,
this is the part I know how to do, because again, the timer, the green timer right there, I made that in Godot, so I know how to do progress bars. I probably have to remind myself of, but I've done that before. That's not the hard part.
Progress bar, there it is, and we'll just double click that, and here we have our progress bar. And what I'd like to do initially at least is set the value to 100, and also I'm going to click here, I'm going to make sure on the anchors I'm going to set it into the middle. There we go, and you can initially see that nothing can be seen, and that's because we need to actually go down here under transform and set the size to something meaningful. So let's set this to 128 by, and I want to actually make this slightly smaller than 27, but I can't at the moment because we've got the percentage showing. So if I just turn the percentage off and then change this to something like 16, here we have our bar, and it's rather boring, but what we can now do, if we set that to something like 50, we can see what the foreground and background looks like. This is important because we want to actually set the background to something perhaps with a bit of opacity. This foreground color is actually going to be controlled via a script, but let's initially at least set the background color here and the foreground with theme overrides. So if we go down to theme overrides here on the progress bar, we can click on styles, and under background I'm just going to do a style box flat, and this is just basically a color. So if I click on here and then just choose, I'm going to make it black, but with an opacity of 128, like so. That's all we need to do for that one. And then if I just click under there, we can set things like corner radius and stuff like that. So
okay, so yeah. First thing first, all that stuff. So Godot. The viewport container. what that was, but whatever. And then we need a progress bar. Not a textured progress bar, just a progress bar max. Um, uh, where do you actually click? Sometimes you can't find. Oh, that's okay. So now we got some stuff to play with. Ooh, we can that'd be fun. What if it like rotates when you? No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Uh, um. Actually, oh, it's 512. Progress bar. Theme rights, colors. Oh, so that's basically that, and then and for, oh, okay. That's sort of pill shape now, which is kind of cool.
128 by, and I want to actually make this slightly smaller than 27, but I can't at the moment because we've got the percentage showing. So if I just turn the percentage off, it's flat. It doesn't matter what bar. And then what I'll do is I'll go back into my worlds. That's all we need to do for that one. And then if I just click under there, we can set things like corner radius and stuff like that. So I would suggest you have a play around with that and find stuff that you're happy with. But I'm not going to do that right now. And then also under the fill, we're going to do the same thing, a new star box flat. It doesn't matter what color we choose here because we're actually going to control this via a script. But for now, let's just give it something that we know it's not going to be. So perhaps something like a blue color, perhaps something like that. There we go. So you can see now that this is blue. And we've got ourselves our progress bar tucked into our sub viewport container here. So we're good here. The only thing I think we need to just quickly redo is just click on the sub viewport, under the progress bar, and just click on here and just make sure it's anchored into the center again. It can lose its way.
Great.
I want to make sure that the sub viewport is has the alpha transparent background. Here we go. Make sure that is selected so that when it comes into the scene, it won't have a background, and we're good to actually bring it into our main world. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this. I'm going to call it something like health bar.
Okay, great. Same.
And then what I'll do is I'll go back into my world scene here. And what we'll do under our player here is we're going to add a sprite 3, sorry, not under the player, so under the rigid body 3D, which I will rename to Creeper. And we're going to add our health bar to the Creeper, like so. Now it's going to complain, and the reason it's going to complain is because it's actually a 2D thing. So what we actually need to now do is actually right click it and then do make local, and then drag the sub viewport into the Creeper, and then remove the sub viewport container. Click on there and click OK.
Whatever.
And if we go to 3D, we still won't be able to see it, and that's because this sub viewport has nothing to render on. So what we'll do is we'll right click here and we'll say add a child node of a sprite 3D.
For 3D?
Click create. And then the sprite 3D, if we go to our texture here.
Oh, okay. Got it.
We can choose a new viewport texture. It will ask us which view.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that's all we need to check if it's actually dead. Self 5. Bar. Bar. Bar we want. bar. Their health first. Health is declared. Bar. Health bar.
Viewport we want to use, and finally we can click sub viewport, click OK, and if we're lucky we can bring this up and there is our health bar. Now it looks to be facing around the wrong way, so let's flip that 180 like so. We go transform here, let's just make sure that is minus 180 like so, and now we have our health bar facing us. Now if I was to press play now, you will see that we have a health bar, but there is a slight problem. It doesn't move with us, it just kind of sits there. And in order to fix that, if we go back into our main screen here and we go to our
Actually, don't want to make this. I don't want to like billboard it. I think it's actually more fun if you have to be looking at the thing, looking at you. Like, it's transparent, so you can see it backwards, right? Let me. Go. Front, I can see back, no problem. Damage it yet, but so that's fine. I don't actually want to do billboarding. I want to
right 3D, decrease the health. So let's just call it. We'll call this creeper.gd.
There we go.
And we'll have a reference to the progress bar here. I'll drag that in, holding control, click in there, and then what I'll do is actually remove on ready, and then just say while progress bar dot value is greater than 0, progress bar dot value minus equals delta.
Okay, so right. Progress bar. Health bar. Function. Oh, we're okay. Bonk. So now okay, so our value go. If that health bar is 0, then we queue free, which means you just get rid of it. Oh. Okay, so next. So some way to real. Okay, so that's good enough for me. I think that should.
By setting the health back to 3 and the position equal to script. And let's get a reference to the, so down here, func receive damage. I'll say health is minus equal 1 at if health is less than or equal to 0, we'll just do a very simple sort of respawn here by setting the health back to 3 and the position equal to vector3.0. So because we're going to be using this as an RPC function, we have to put the RPC right here, and we're going to have to put another thing in here, and that is any peer, because we are calling received damage from the player that is dealing the damage, and that would mean that we're calling it from the player. Alright, so it's time to start thinking about some of the multiplayer aspects of this project, and we're going to start by making a main menu so that players get authority for it. So we're going to make an RPC function. Raycast equals, then I'll just drag it in right here. And let's set up a health variable as well. Bar health, I'll say health is minus equal, put another the player that you have the authority over, but here you're calling it on a player that you don't. So we need to add this, otherwise you wouldn't be able to call it on enemy players. So up here, I'll replace this with hit player dot receive damage, and
Okay. If bar hit player equals raycast okay, collider, cool. So that means that all I have to do collider bar. So there's method. As method. That easy? So let's see. Health is 5. Oh my god, it's that easy. It's that easy. Oh my god, it is that easy. Let's go. Go. Oh, okay. So yeah. I'm gonna take a quick break. Well, quick. We have to check in with trash cans in about 3 minutes. Okay, so now I just need to figure out path. So or path. This is okay. Yeah. So first of all, I'm gonna take a quick break, bathroom, stretch a little bit, and come back. Actually, gonna pause this timer. Then we'll come back and do some pathfinding. do any stretching. Okay, kitty. Yes. What I want. Oh, it's more Dev Logan. We love Dev Logan. Let's see. Taking a quick break here. At this for about 4 hours. But trying to 3D health bar. Okay, let's see. Check in with trash can. How are you doing, trash cans?
Now, everyone's favorite part of Fallout games, besides mutilating human beings, is cosplaying as a 70-year-old grandma who just hoards copious amounts of shit that their kids are gonna have to deal with when they eventually croak. So I made it so you can actually pick up individual items instead of having to run over them like Sonic's rings. Pretend this is Nuka-Cola for a minute. I then made it so that there's a center UI element that updates depending upon what you're hovering over. That's about all I did on day 4, because this UI stuff is buggy as hell and takes a very long time to implement. And surprisingly, I have a life and job outside of this YouTube channel that makes 0 money. And if you got a problem with that, bite me.
Okay, great. Wait. All I did was... I'm just gonna watch that whole segment again. Okay, so I think we can catch up. So we're currently a little bit behind because it's hard to tell because we're going along different paths right now. I actually don't have player health, so player health is easy. Right.
World and have it update in your Pip-Boy. You're welcome. Now, everyone's favorite part of Fallout games, besides
collecting stuff, right? So
mutilating human beings, is cosplaying as a 70-year-old grandma who just hoards copious amounts of shit that their kids are gonna have to deal with when they eventually croak. So I made it so you can actually pick up individual items instead of having to run over.
Okay, so actually I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. My guess of how I would do this is probably something like whatever. Yeah, whatever. Mouse is fine. Probably something like that's a layer again. So something like this. So you have an area 3D around your object. So this is the actual thing. This is your object, right? But you have an area 3D around your object that just says this is where you can collect me, right? So if I'm over here, I cannot collect this object, right? I have to be really close. And then we have our object check, or we check somehow if our player is looking at our object using the same code from the aiming script. Start this timer. The same code from the aiming script, just like I don't know, just call it collect. Even, yeah. And then we have some sort of UI element that pops up on screen. There's a couple things you have to do. There's a couple things you have to do to make it work, but whatever, we'll make it work. Yeah. But I think that the enemy pathfinding, because he already got enemy pathfinding done, so I need to do that. As I don't need. Oh.
I have a simple environment set up here and a simple player controller. I can move around, look around, jump around, and that's about it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a navigation mesh to this scene, and then I'm going to put enemies on here that will chase the player around. So let's start by adding the nav mesh. Go to the root node and add a navigation region 3D and drag the environment meshes, make them a child of that navigation region 3D. Click the navigation region, go to nav mesh, new navigation mesh, and click bake nav mesh up here. You should be able to see the nav mesh now, and I'm going to show you a few things that you could change or maybe you'd want to adjust on here. First, if you click the nav mesh property, go to agents. Let's say I made this height 5 and then I clicked bake nav mesh again. You can see here that this platform now, because it's less than 5 meters off of the ground, that's removed here from the nav mesh. So that's something important to keep in mind if you've got doors or overhanging ledges or something around your environment. 1.5 works totally fine for me, so I'm just going to keep it like that. The other adjustment I'm going to make is I don't want agents to be able to climb up, halfway up this ramp. I want them to have to enter closer to the bottom, so I'm going to change max climb to 0.05. But then when I bake it, the nav mesh kind of breaks a little bit, and that's because the cells here, I've got this max climb height set to something that is lower than the height of a cell, so I need to change that height to be the same thing. And if I bake it again, it looks perfectly fine. So this.
Okay, so because my world's currently completely flat, other than, I guess there's, trees and stuff. So I don't even need to worry too hard about that. Okay, if this is that easy, then I'm not going to worry about it right now. What I need is some assets. All right, file. Okay, all right. So get rid of the camera, get rid of the light. Have an edit mode. So first thing, 3. All right, go on. G is the. Now A, S, 10. It's a little bit big for house, but it's fine. G. Now, you extrude. Great. You extrude. And let's just do that 3 more times. And this looks kind of shitty, but I'm just making sure it actually works. So, build a better house later. You extrude. Great. We can extrude roof, I guess. Now, airframe. Okay. The knife tool. Oh wait, no, I want a boolean. Okay. That's L over here. Big my mission. Huge community is tall. So that's, yeah, so it's 0.5 by 2. So let's make this 1 by 2. the this house is actually huge. That's not really the issue. Oh, okay. Actually, that's this. Okay. Top view. Yep. Great. Now, on a fire. Why this is add modifier. Boolean. Object mode now. I want to be edit mode. That. Okay. 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 Get that right. Cabinet. L. Enough. Okay, cool. Now let's go back to this. Add a modifier. L. Uh. Control A. Uh. Blender. Apply modifier. Um. Maybe object mode. Control A. Oh, there's just like a thing on the modifier itself. Okay. Fly. We don't need it. Underscores structure. File X. For that. Bye bye. Yeah. Oh, right. Collision. File. Oh, it doesn't have collision. What? File. File. Export. Export it. Oh. Right. Okay, there we go. It does have collision. Should be able to interact with it as if it were a house because it is a house. Does that work? That doesn't. And now we're a little wider as well, but you can go in buildings. I'm so talented at video games. That looks like a dick from this. Okay. So let's Pathfinder. Actually, let's build more town. What kind of town I want to build, and also like how I'm going to represent water, if at all. So we've been at this for about 4 hours. We got a decent amount of progress done. Hmm. Pirate software. Huh, it's interesting backwards from 100 to 90. Okay, you take. I'm putting it off long enough. I think it's actually fine. Wait, do I need to make NPCs? Or do I... Okay, let's go back to the idea zone. Where's my drink tablet here? Okay. So, we're in the idea zone. Your stupid things are more tolerated than usual. Okay, so new layer, right. So, we have our town, right? 500 by 500. And there's no reason for that, it just felt right. I don't know. And am I doing NPC? What would an NPC like? Right, so we have the actual like with movement code, probably. I don't know how to do that. Probably need some sort of UI for conversation. Sort of need to do that. We could just assume that AI like never move and they just sit there. Okay. So in town A, a couple things. We need a quest board. Okay. Board. And we need a place for engine, just like place to plug in the engine. Just to plug in the engine. Then stuff to make it look like stuff that makes it look less empty. Okay, recognize this. Was that a weird time signature, or am I whatever? Okay. Stuff that makes it look less empty. Okay. So, and then we also need exit zones. We need 2 exit zones. Okay, so what do I build first? This house is way too big. Build a map. So the engine is used for probably some sort of farming equipment. So what we could do is we have could have some sort of like. Oh, one pixel brush. Yeah, we could have some sort of like basically spray farm, like whatever. So we have some sort of spray farm, and then basically all the buildings are on the edges of it. This is a real thing. I don't know what it's called, but basically you spray in the middle, and then you have like a round sort of radius where it's able to spray crops, but there's wasted space because it's round. So it'd be kind of cool to have that sort of design, and then basically it's like no worky, right? And then we have like a building in each corner. Then I need I want to build that as like not a texture, but like a physically. Okay. So, how do I represent a farm? Like I could just model it, but. Okay, specular farm. Hold on. Enter. Look at this. Look at this. Just big circle, big circle. This is like sort of a circle, but not quite. Yeah. So we just have like a. I don't know how wide these are even, but kind of fun. I don't know what the scale on this. Round wire, okay. Technological progress, efficiency, but falling cost of use. Okay. Okay, whatever. It's not great for the environment, but farming generally isn't. Whatever. All I need to know is yeah, it's big circle. Okay, apparently, like, you need a lot of water to do this, and that's not necessarily compatible with, like, what a wasteland would have access to. Because this is, in theory, it's set. Am I even worrying about that? Am I worrying about realism? I have 12 hours. Maybe it's like some sort of aquifer. Well, if it's an underground irrigation system, then I don't have to render anything. That's cool. I still have to figure out how to do crops, though. I don't know if they're dead crops. a like obvious way to. Okay. So I can't just model it because, well, I guess I could. Okay, so what even does a dead form or like a withering form? No, fuck. Okay, so that's what that looks like, but that's like completely dead. I want it to like be sort of dead. It's okay. Ah, there we go. That's not bad. But the original game I'm basing this on, Wasteland, didn't even bother to explain why they. Wait, I'm gonna look at the wiki. Waste one. I. That's what we have. There's some 3 of it. Whatever. Settlements. Not wasting it too, I want. I like this one. Not right now. Okay. High pulse, remote, altitude, remote, and remote and altitude. Okay. Water purifier. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it barely explains what the pump is used for. So let's. When should I even be worrying about this? Like, I need more stuff in the game, right? But I also want this. I want the story to make sense, and it needs to make sense, and not, it needs to like. Hmm. Are greenhouses even a thing in the desert? Gardeners, okay. That looks really easy to model. I'll say that. Um, but I could also just like rewrite the script completely because I don't have anything concrete done with it that would need to be redone. Okay, so hmm. I guess the question is like what's the most important part of the I feel like I want some reference footage. Yeah, so trash cans day 4 was nothing, I think, or something. There's one day where a trash can accomplished nothing because of work. So let's see. Dream mass run. I don't want to waste that. And literally 0 runs. Okay. Wasteland. Okay. Let's try Fallout 1 in 6. Fallout. How about both? 13 minutes. Okay, we don't need to watch the whole thing. Watch some of it. Okay, so. Okay, so this part we don't even care about. Okay, we get out into the way. Oh, we're still in the fucking.
Go on now.
Are we? Or does this game mostly take place underground? Is that the issue here? So we're above ground now. We're gonna break your leg because that makes you faster for dumb reasons. Okay, there we go. So. So far, just one. How even would I model? Like all of these bumps and stuff on top of that terrain. A lot of walking. Walking. All walking. Creature attacking you at least. A cave. Great. Not helpful.
This place. How long have I been out?
Around sneak. Okay, there's some combat. Okay, that was
Cooking station.
stuff from the.
Right, what can we make? Baked bloat fly.
Okay.
So then they just appeared out of the ground.
I don't think that's the most interesting part of Fall. I don't know. Yeah, basically just killing enemies, looting. Okay, so I was trying to figure out how I would model a farm that was withering but not fully withered because of a water supply issue. There's a couple issues with that. First of all, I want to do circular farming, and circular farming doesn't seem like it would fit. Circular farming doesn't seem like it would fit well with wasteland environment because it wastes a lot of water. So it would need to be okay. Like, what is desert farming? Apparently they're really good at that. What's the hothouse? Okay, there we go. We're getting something. We're getting somewhere. This I can do. This makes sense to the environment. This I can do. Got Hothouse. Okay, so that's basically just like a really big. So if we do so, and then let's do some quick math on so in okay, so we got 500 by 500. We got so a quarter of. So how much is an acre? Or acre squared. So we got so 50. Okay, so it is just so 250. So it's acre thousands. Thousand. That by. Okay, so if this area is growing all of its own crops, about a quarter acre is required for. Actually. No. Uh. Metric. So. So that is about right. I saw somewhere that it was about a quarter acre per person if you're like doing a really intense sort of farming. Okay, so 15 people per. Okay, so 15 people. So what was it? So we have roughly 15 acres, and if you really sort of push the land, you can get about 4 people per acre on like a completely vegan diet, right? So that means this town of 500 of a 250 square, well, 62,000 square meters, which is like a quarter of a square kilometer. If it's only growing its own food, exporting nothing, importing nothing, can support about 62 people. So that's the question now is how we divide that up in terms of houses. So obviously I'm not going to like make it so you can talk to 62 people, but 60 people, okay, how about 100 person. I want a literal 100% count. Fucking. Not 100%. of town on. Hydro Alaska. What is? Alaska. Uh, uh, okay, yeah, I can do that. So we got a post office. We got a okay. Got it. Right. Okay. So have basically here's my design. We have something very similar to those Israeli like hothouses. Guys, these are frag. That's that. And then we also have how big are the families? So I guess we could just have like 10 houses with 6 people each. So what's a 6-person house? Considering that they're probably using Adobe. We have plenty of references and they're very easy to model. We also have like large family houses that do like 10. If I just do like person house and then let's do a 20 and 5 30 and then 20 10 5, so that's 40. Okay, so and then we have and 50 and then we also have at least 4 buildings for non-residential use. So actually, well, that's how much modeling is that? 1 7 plus. We got about 10 buildings to model to make this place look its best. And then we also need 10 buildings, so 11 buildings, right? Because we also need the hothouses. We use those. Okay. Gonna pause that timer, reset it. Pause it. Okay. Oh, we trash cans.
Over them like Sonic's rings. Pretend this is new. Hover very long time. That makes 0 money. I spent about 2.5 hours working on UI that displays your weapon's current ammo and updates when you switch weapons, but Unity did this awesome thing called crashing and deleted all of the work before I could even record it. kill me! So I'm gonna call it quits on that for now and work on something a bit less mind-numbing. Instead, I decided to add a dog companion.
This I am not doing, because I don't want to.
Cause, recently my dog in real life passed away, and I thought it would be a nice homage to her to kind of, I don't know, add a dog companion in the next video, cause I miss her. Wow! Eesh! Way to kill the vibe, bro. Jesus! Just show the funny clip of it spinning around like a hockey puck. We don't need that whole sob story. So I imported the model, added a simple nav mesh, made this cute little bouncing animation, and now you got a little dog friend. I added this feature where if you don't want her following you, the way you dismiss her is just by fucking body checking her, and she'll fly across the map and stop following you. That's totally not a bug, I'm just calling a feature.
Cool. So feature I'm implementing and feature I have not worrying about. I guess we should probably do ammo of some sort. I could also just not. I think that might be fun. Oh shit, did I pause my timer? I paused the overall timer. Don't want that. Okay, and then this timer. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm good. Just spend the next. I'm kind of hungry. You know what? We're gonna go get some fucking Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Add text. All right. Okay, there we go. Background color. That fucking huge. That huge. Right. Well, be back. Question mark. There we go. Covered my camera, so I don't have to worry about any of that. And yeah, we'll be right back. I'm gonna keep the timers running. 12 hours, no pauses. Let's go. Okay, I'm back. Got Taco Bell. Woo. Okay. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. Let's get rid of. Come on. Get rid of that. And gotta eat these pretty quick. These are the nacho Doritos Locos or whatever they're called. Mm. Sorry about that. Okay. So, while I was out and about, I decided on a design for the town, which is basically, I kind of liked the, why are you not drawing? My battery. Well, if the battery's dead, it would still, on. So it is this. On. Oh, I'm drawing in white. Okay, that would do it. Okay, so basically, I like the idea of like the big round, right? And then you got all the buildings over here. That seemed cool to me, but we're not doing circle anymore. We're doing hothouse. So basically, the hothouses are like this, and then there's like this one goes straight through, and then there's like it's sort of like that, right? And then houses are all over here. And if you want to get from here to there, there's like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how that would work. Also, this seems less efficient than having everything and then having like a little one here. Then all your buildings over here. I think we might go with that second option. So, part of okay, so actually, That's actually reasonably, like, I don't think I can do it justice, but I think I can at least make some resemblance of that in the engine. Especially if they're all like whether they're live. I think the one thing is I have to make this out of glass and rather than plastic. Like frosted glass. So look at it like frosted glass. Okay. We're also gonna crack open this green tea monster. That's been sitting on my desk since this morning. Yeah. Wow, that's really good. Damn, I was hungry. Okay. So yeah, I got like 2 of the Doritos Locos tacos, and I got 3 bean and cheese burritos, and also some fries. And one of these little avocado thingums. And I've already plowed through almost all of it. I was starving. Anyway, I think we should probably spend the next couple hours just like modeling stuff. For which I want some music. Copyright free dungeon music. Big money, no whammies. Oh gosh. That really belled my taco. Oh gosh. Okay. One more taco. Okay. Nope. I've got rid of the little avocado. No, there's avocado packet. Okay. Okay, let's get modeling. Don't need you. Rotate. Okay, cool. Now let's make that like 50 meters. Great, okay. I'm in edit mode. Wireframe. Don't need all of you guys. Bye. Okay, now. Actually, these faces are big enough. I was just gonna do those. I guess we have to decide how big the windows are. So. How big is my window? 15 meter. Oh, what? Oh, this is good. Keep meeting. Thunder when I say get out. I think my noise gate. About this. Got a cute little key.
Welcome, I'm Dragon. Today's quick tip is all about the measurement tools. There's the viewport overlays measurement tool in edit mode, which has 4.
Okay. That's it. So okay, we're. Okay, actually that's good enough for now. That's 9.8 meters. That's like. Also, 50 meters is really, it's like 25 meters tall, but that's still be more like 10. Just get rid of all this. Shift A. What? One sec, I'm gonna go see what the cat wants. Oh. It wasn't just me that was hungry. That cat. Boop, boop, boop. That cat, her food bowl was completely empty. Oh yeah. Anyway, what was I doing? I was modeling I guess they're called hothouses. I was modeling a greenhouse type thing. Rotate on the Y. Say, sure. 90 on the Y. Make that 20. Yep. And that's like 4 meter-ish panes of glass, which are more reasonable. Might actually. Hard. But actually, 10 meters. Get rid of a lot of the subdivisions. 5 meters. I also want it to be chunky. Look sort of rough in hand. That's out. There we go. That's about right. So, first thing, actually, wireframe stuff. Yep. Now we've got this art. And this will be the base of our rest of our sort of operation. Okay, so how long? So 250 meters. Let's just make it. So I guess this is front. Yeah. That is massively long. So also first of all, we want to radius. So okay, so that's sort of what I wanted. Actually, oh, and then I need like like right. Alright, it's all red. Okay, crap. I from last time when I could. That's. I wanna. I don't. There we go. On trash can.
Almost the entirety of day 6 was spent debugging the most brain-dead, mind-numbing code. I don't know why, but for some reason, when you have a different gun equipped, and you shoot and then switch back to your other gun, it saves that input and shoots the other gun you just switched to. I don't know why. I'm doing it in this clip. I'm not pressing shoot, but for some reason it saved that input, so when I switch to the next gun, it fires again, and again, and again, and I spent hours trying to debug it, and it didn't work. This is probably a really easy fix, and all the cool game programmers are...
So, as a cool game programmer, I don't even use your engine. I don't fucking know. Probably it's easy. Like, for Godot, I don't even know how it works under the hood at all. I just use the built-in stuff and it like works reliably. So I don't know what would be happening. I can't fix this for you, but I don't know. Unity's posted a lot of L's today, so
sitting at the lunch table laughing at me because I'm at the game designer table and I don't know how to program and I'm trying to program. And they're like, oh, look at this fucking idiot, you can't fucking program. We'll do it live. Fuck it. I'm the god of this world. I'm making the game. I'm making the YouTube video. Who needs 2 guns? Who wants 2 guns? You got 1 gun. You got the revolver now. That's all you got. Fixed. Problem fixed. You can't swap guns because you only got the big iron on your hip. By the way, you should subscribe. Look at this statistic. Only 95% of you aren't subscribed. I said that wrong. Look at, I don't even care if you're not gonna watch me. Just subscribe and then turn notifications for this channel off. I just like to see that number go up because it makes me feel better. Bigger number, better person and all that.
I'm not going to say bigger number, better person. I don't subscribe to that, but I am trying to grow my YouTube channel. So if you're somehow randomly here in the middle of a 6-hour stream, probably days after I posted this, like if you've gotten to this point, if you can hear my voice right now, subscribe, please. Anyway, what the fuck were we doing? I was trying to figure out how to make my selection tool. All right.
Go ahead and grab a vertex, and if we come to the top here, we'll see proportional editing. So I'm going to
Happens. All of them. I got red faces are gonna cause problems when we pick it up. So first F. Now this is causing a problem up here. Like I wish I knew how to solve this problem. So I think that I just have to start over. Okay. Because the only way I've been able to fix this is to have everything be a box. So what I'd have to do is you know what? Blender, don't save. Start you back over, and hope for the best. So, how do I create a? Something different. Yep. But if I go, that's all red, right? Side, and it's all red. That's all blue. So this is all outer face. It's all interface. But if I extrude from here, I don't get a new outer face. In fact, if I flip this, then things that. And so the issue I'm having here, I'm building a building that I want you to be able to walk inside. So I need this part right here. I need that to have. I don't know how to make that happen. I don't know how to describe the problem so quickly. Let's just. How are we? Blender. X. Oh. Hope we get lucky. Okay. Not what I want. I want to make it. Blender's good. Um, I'll try this. Try this tutorial. Oh, I need to restart the timer. No, I want back at lecture.
Hey guys, hope you're all fine. Welcome. In this tutorial, I'm going to share how you can create interior for building in 3 different ways. In the first method, you will learn how you can create a simple interior by baking textures and using the mesh inside of the building. Then in second method, I will share a material which work as a cube map and will use it for faking the interiors. The third method is more advanced one in which you will learn how you can use a mesh and use them as parallax inside the cube map. So let's get started. So before making interior, first select 2 corner window panels and copy them, and then add a new scene to your project and paste 2 copied windows in this new scene. Then select the window and add 3D cursor to the selected. Now you will need to add cube to the scene and move it behind the window mesh. Then select the vertex inside the snap option and snap it behind.
How about just like full. Plastic. Boxing. Architecture. None of these. Plastic and curve. Architecture. I care about architecture. I mean, I care about architecture, but I'm not making architecture. I'm making. I want a thing that like you can. My. All this stuff.
Every polygon can face either one direction or another. In edit mode, you can go to overlay menu and enable face normals here on the bottom. And you'll be able to see that this polygon is facing up. In this same menu, you can enable face orientation, and Blender will draw polygons that face the camera blue and polygons that face the other way red. Without this, Blender draws both cases the same. So if you, for example, copy a face from this cube and extrude it, you don't see any difference between two meshes, but in reality one of them has flipped normals. And this is something that you don't usually want. Some operators in Blender may not work like you would expect them to on this mesh. And if you export your models somewhere, you may have problems, since not all software and not all engines draw both sides. So you may occasionally check your orientation like this, but I personally find it easier to not make any inverted geometry in the first place. And for this I have backface culling enabled in viewport shading. It's always on for me, it's in my startup file actually. And if I see that I get something that I don't want after...
Okay, backface culling, I mean, that doesn't help.
Backface culling enabled.
Yeah, so if I okay, so so shift cube. But I actually don't want to cube. Backface culling. No? Edge length. So 6 meters. And then if we just what I want to do is I want to have some structure around this, like a sort of frame. And what I want is I've got this one window frame, right? But what I want to build is sort of a dome, but I want it to look like it's made out of windows. I want it to sort of that if I was going to model it accurately, I need to have some sort of connective. I don't know how to do that, and I also don't know how to. Gotta be like some way to. What would you even? I don't know. I just sort of take one mesh and turn it into a bunch of meshes. I mean, I guess you just like copy paste now. That'll work. And then let's see. I want to. I don't even know how I want to. Guess I want a new. Whatever. Shift A. I want a cylinder. Poly. Um. That 90. Top view. Um, I want some. How do you do like a corner piece? Oh, a blender. Oh.
Here's a quick way to make
Okay. Okay.
some cool curved pipes. I've got this box here, and I want to make some pipes that sort of follow the contour of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, I'm going to select this edge, Control B, and roll my mouse up and get a nice curve there. And these two sides here, just like that. And then I'm going to select here, and I am going to just control click around this, and my pipe is going to follow that path right there. I'm going to press P to break it out, and I'm going to select the cube, and I'm going to delete it. So now I have.
Oh, that's super useful. I wish I. Okay, so you can press P, separate it from the thing connected to. Oh, that's super useful.
This path here, which is got some vertices on there, and I'm just going to convert that to a curve and come down to geometry and bevel, and I'm going to give it some thickness here. I'll shade smooth so you can see it. Looks a little bit like one of those handles on a sort of some kind of a switch. I could edit this any way that I want to at this point, or once I'm ready, I'll just convert this now to a mesh, just like that. Let's Control R there, and Control R there. Go into Edge Selection, Shift Alt, and click both of those edges, and SZ0. Let's make sure they're straight. And I'll pull it down a little bit. Then I'm going to Control B, pull it up, roll my mouse back to 0. In individual origins, E in Alt S, push, make them come out, switch back to median point, and I'll Shift Alt and click these edges here. And then I'm going to just make sure they're straight. And I'll pull it down a little bit. Then I'm going to Control B, pull it up, roll my mouse back to 0. In individual origins, E in Alt S, push, make them come.
What is this? That's basically what I want this. I don't know how to. I don't know how to.
Blender, I have some very simple cubes. These are all the same, not cubes, sorry, cylinders. These are all in the same object, okay? So it's on the same object. And the idea is we need to bridge these guys together so that this corner isn't just really bad, right? So I guess what you could do is take the corner right here, take that, and then start like filling in these edges and then attempting to, you know, create faces with all of these guys and then eventually bevel it and do all this weird stuff. Doesn't work like that. I've got a much better solution that saved me hours of creating objects for everything. So let me show you. What you want to do is you hold Alt, grab all of these vertices on the edge right here, Shift, Alt, select these guys, and then you're going to, is it F3? Yeah, they're going to search for bridge edge loops. Okay, and it looks like this. And you're thinking, well, that just looked like what Trey did. When you add cuts, it starts smoothing it out.
Okay, so wait, Alt. So first of all, L. R90. View.
Bridge edge.
That looks fucking. Are on. That's that one. Object mouse. Both of these object mode. Edit mode. Doing the same. Um, um, hide this. You have two edges selected. It worked over here. Ah. There have to be this. Oh, this is not. Right, so split. Great. Okay. Are are L. I was not pressing the right button. And go. Now. front view. We're going for a little bit of imprecision on purpose. That's has not been. Oh. Okay, great. So we now have a container for a window. That took an embarrassing amount of time, but we got it. We got it. Okay, got a container for a window. Now, I just need to make a window that goes inside of it, which should not be too hard. I have some geometry to work with. Let's just make a new collection, or a new whatever you call it. Like why? Top view, front view. Okay, right. Now, basically, I can just half the way down. That should. Base color, yeah. So
To make a transparent material in Blender 2.9, first make sure the object is appropriately unwrapped.
Oh no.
And that a material is assigned. Make sure Use Nodes is active. In Shading Workspace, to the default nodes that are available, drop in a mix shader, add shader, mix shader, drop that between BSDF and material output, and then add a transparency node, add shader, transparent BSDF. This should be connected BSDF output to one of the shader inputs of the mix shader. In material properties, in settings, select a blend mode, currently opaque by default, so alpha clip, alpha hash.
Okay, that looks like a fucking window. If I put an object behind, I need to. Oh heck. And then uh, uh, okay, so we can. Oh, okay, okay. So, huh. Great. Wait. Can I just let's just go into Blender, go into Unity, go into Godot, go into the programming music, the tree. Um. Process. Um. Nothing happened. Now if we walk, that tree is transparent. Woo! Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But thank you, Godot, for making that easy. And I don't know why Blender makes it so difficult, but Blender has more limitations on its design because it caters to more people. Okay, cool. So all I need to do to make windows transparent in Godot is tell them to be transparent. Okay, cool. So let's go back into Blender and just like not worry about, as long as they're different materials, it should not worry about transparency. Let's make a new material for this. I don't know, just a rusted. Match. Oh. Color. Okay, whatever. Like it for now. That's one. I need in Godot rather. I also just realized that if well, actually, if they're all in pipes, that makes it sort of chunkier, which is what I'm going for anyway.
If you want If you want to turn your tileable meshes into levels like this really fast, you came to the right place. I'm going to talk about everything you need to know about Godot's grid maps, which are basically 3D tile maps. So we have a pretty simple scene here to start. We just have a directional light, a world environment, and a water mesh. We have all of the meshes that we want to use in a folder, and the
water mesh?
first thing that we need to do to use a grid map is to create a mesh library out of the meshes. Create a new scene and save it, then drag all of the mesh files into it. They are all going to be stacked on top of each other in the scene, but it doesn't matter for the mesh library because it separates them into their own tiles. Click on the scene drop down and select Export Mesh Library. Choose a file name and click Save. This gives us a mesh library resource that we can then use in a grid map. So let's go back to the game scene and add a new grid map node. Then we can drag our mesh library into the corresponding resource and change the cell size to fit our tiles. Then we can select the tile that we want to use and we can decide where to place them on the X and Z axis by moving our mouse around, and on the Y axis by changing the floor property. We can draw tiles by left clicking and then erase them by right clicking. This is fine and all, but it's definitely not the way to fill large areas on the map. For that, we can shift drag in the editor to select an area on the current floor. Click Ctrl F to fill it with the selected tile. You can find all of the relevant actions and their shortcuts in this dropdown. Let's run through some of the important ones using this arrow here. We can rotate the selected tile on the Y-axis.
Okay. I don't fully understand how to make that. Kind of proud of this. Working my way. And also it's side for some whatever. We've got this window thing. Like arch. Under make archway, okay. Arch, okay. Here we go.
Let's create the perfect arch in Blender.
Imagination.
I will use the default cube. Select the cube, enter the edit mode, GZ to move it by Z axis, hold Ctrl to snap it on top of it.
Oh, offset array. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I fucking want.
On the x-axis. Create a Bezier circle. Add a bevel modifier, an array modifier, and a curve modifier to the cube. Choose the Bezier circle as the object in the curve modifier.
So then, okay, I don't want to make a, I don't want to. Bezier circle. Okay, we're gonna make a arch. I'm learning so much in this stream. I'm like learning so much. Anyway, let's go check on trashed can. Trashed can.
So instead of dealing with the weapon situation anymore, I decided to work on a main menu, because that's basically the easiest thing you can implement in any video game. And remember, this isn't Fallout because Fallout is a trademarked intellectual property. This is Rise In. I just came up with that statistic. Only 90 gonna watch me. Just subscribe. Fallout is a trademarked intellectual property. This is Rise In. I just came up with that. I'm original. And it's gonna take place in the old western town of Agua Fria. But This is after the bombs dropped.
So, every time I watch this, agua fria, cold water, right? That's a normal name for a town. But, you know what happens when you drop a bomb on something? It gets spicy, it gets hot, it gets caliente. Agua caliente, hot water. And I think it might be not caliente. I think caliente is for food, and I think there's like some other word for yeah, okay, it is caliente. Agua caliente. Just learn a little bit of Spanish, dude. Anyway.
So it's now New Fria. Rise in.
New Fria doesn't. Can you just like Nueva Fria? Fria no, that wasn't okay. Whatever.
New Fria. Don't that just roll off the goddamn tongue?
Oh, okay. So that was day 6. I'm on day 7 at this point.
On day 7, I worked a 12-hour shift at my real job and didn't have any time to work on the game. Sorry. I sorry.
Cool. Okay, so we're way ahead. We're way ahead of trash cans at this point. Figure out how to use this dang offset array thing, but that tab open. Tab. This tab. Don't need this tab. Don't need this tab. Don't need this tab. That tab. Get a texture that's like multiplied or something. Multiply texture that'd be cool if there was. I don't know how to do it. How many tabs do I have open? Okay, south far. I'm gonna keep that open just. Pivot here. Not anymore. That okay. Tab open. Do you want to keep that? Cool. I'll bookmark it, but I don't. This I want to keep. Good reference. Look at that. Followed. Oh wait. Plastic. Not actually after all that. Okay. Hothouse. Hothouses. House. Okay. Hothouse is just. What? That looks fucking cool. Those. Okay, so you know what? We're just gonna stick with glass. Glass is fun. We're gonna stick with glass. Don't care. Frosted glass. Or shift. No, I do want that. I do want what that reference. Here we go. Bezier circle.
Increase the array count until the cubes go all around the circle. You may need to scale the cube slightly. Add another array modifier to increase the height. If you want to have it taper towards the top, you can twist the curve with Ctrl T with all its vertices selected in edit mode. You can offset the stones by turning on constant offset in the second array modifier and
oh cool. Look at Blender is so powerful. Like Blender is so good. Oh my god.
increasing the X value. If you want the stones to follow the curve more smoothly, in edit mode add more edge loops by pressing Ctrl R and scrolling the mouse wheel up. You may want to turn on smooth shading and auto smooth at this point. You can also subdivide the Bezier circle for a smoother result.
Let's start over.
Scale a cube on the x-axis. Create a Bezier circle.
Okay, so Bezier circle. That's the first step. And is there a way to make a Bezier circle, but it's something? Okay. Beautiful. What happens if I make a Bezier circle? Half of it. Oh no, it doesn't. This? Nope, that's not what I wanted it to do. Circle. Oh, okay. You can convert a curve to a mesh. Delete first, yeah. Okay. Why can I only do Bezier in the Bezier circle? Shift. Okay. Mesh. Now I want that circle to like 20 meters. Boom. Now, in edit mode, get rid of half of the verts. Delete. Don't need them. Great. Now, L. Okay, that's magic mode. Tab. Okay, so it is a curve now. Then I can follow in 3.
Add a bevel modifier, an array modifier, and a curve
modifier. Oh, okay. No. Array. Nope. I need 2 modifiers. Or modifiers. Both. Modifier. Modifier. I want cube and I want cylinder. Collection. Add a modifier to the. Or wait, can I? Modifier to the collection. I've got this collection selected. Modifier to that's no. Oh, the modifier. Okay. Add another modifier. Modifier array. No, not quite. One. Modifier. Wait, no, move the modifier. Modifier. Hierarchy. Select. Uh, no, no wasting. got a benchy in it. That means it's fast.
So let's say we have two different objects that we want to combine. Here I have two objects and I imported them by going to File and Import STL. So I've imported both files. So the first thing you want to do is move the object into position. In this case, I kind of want to put this monkey head on the corner of this boat. So I'm going to select the object here, and I'm using the Move tool to simply drag these arrows and move the object into position. Alright, and I'm going to scale it by using the Scale tool. Just grab this white circle. Okay, I'm going to go back to the Move tool, and you can also select on these planes to drag it along the plane. So I'm not going to worry too much about getting it in the perfect position because it's already kind of a weird object in the first place. Okay, so now what you do is you select the main object that you want to add the other object to, and you go over here to this blue wrench. This is where you can access all of the Blender modifiers, and in this case we're going to be using a Boolean modifier. So what the Boolean modifier allows you to do is you can combine or subtract objects from one another. So what you can see here, we have union and difference and intersect.
Oh, it's just a Boolean union? Okay. I know how to do that. That's war. Okay. Whatever. Let's do a union modifier. Modifier. Boolean. So the cylinder has a modifier. The modifier is a Boolean union. I need to select, and then my cylinder. Last. Okay. Oh, let's.
Types of Boolean operations that you could do. Union is where you join objects together, and a difference is where you subtract an object. So we have our main object selected, and we're going to select on union. And if you click on here, we could select the other object. In this case, it's called Suzanne, which is the default Blender object, I guess. So I'll select that, and it's going to load. And now you'll see it's kind of giving us this kind of glitched out look, and that's because the object has been joined, and there's two monkey heads on top of each other. So I select the monkey head and I move it over. Actually, I do not want to do that because it's still, we have not applied. So I'm going to press Control.
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't. It's the fast. Okay, fast solver. Okay, so let's see. In edit mode. Okay. Object mode.
Control Z here. So we have not applied the Boolean operation. So if I select on the boat again,
Don't worry, I can just click it in the thing. So okay. don't fully. Okay, so if this is, so that's the hell. Not Control Z. Modifier union operand object. Ah, okay. Now do collection. Act. Wait. Spent so long trying to model this dang greenhouse. Okay. Object mode, apply modifier. Okay. Yeah, I think I spent over an hour trying to just model this greenhouse.
Hello, Olympia Tech. So you're trying to group some objects in Blender. The thing is, it's not called a group anymore. It's called a collection. Okay?
But I don't want them in the same collection. I want them as the same object. Collections.
It was called groups a long time ago, back in the olden days of Blender 2.79, but it's not anymore. Okay, so if you're trying to group something in Blender, you're running east trying to see a sunset. You know, it'll just never happen. But it's super easy to create a collection. You know, you can select all of them and just hit the M key. Click Move to New Collection. We'll call this new collection Cubus. Hit OK, and then right here. So now up here, all of these cubes, each cube is still an individual object, and now it's in a new collection called Cubus. Okay, so this is a way to keep this tidy up here. It is a group, technically, but it's not. It's just they are grouped into a new.
J. J. Does that move this? Ah! So if I move this, the whole thing goes. Yay! Okay, cool. Now I can do an array modifier. Then actually in this. So let's just control that. Case file. Save as ungroup. House go. Great. Control J. Control J, there we go. All one thing. And now something about an array modifier. Just okay. Well, I will want that later.
Modifier to the cube. Choose the Bezier circle as the object in the curve modifier.
Add modifier array. Add modifier curve object. Great. And then fix count. Fit curve. curve. Ah! Oh my god! I did it! I did it! I did it! Okay, okay, cool. Now we want a second array modifier. Array. Wait, actually, first, we're gonna rotate R, Y, I want to move the curve. R, Y, curve. No. R, Y. No. R. Great. Now we need to fix whatever that just broke. Okay, now actually rotate the cube. R. No, actually no. Object. The curve. Oh, nope. Okay, now it's not. Okay, so like that, I want that, right? And then I just want an array modifier again. We add another array modifier, but I want it. Nope. Relative offset. So this. Oh wait, this is the array I want. That's the count. Okay. Object offset. Count. I'm gonna make it stack vertically. Relative offset. No, that's why I want this, I guess. 0. Length on the. Scale text. No, these. Brute force eventually gets there, right? Nope, not. There we go. Don't, Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Okay, great. So that's a greenhouse right there. Oh gosh. Okay. File. No. Great. Okay, so object mode, Control A. Oh heck. Nope. Hi. Modifier. A. Oh, I see. Control A. Same thing. And if I do it, if I do it in order, it's good. Okay. File, export. No. And GIF. Take a while. $90. Okay, so it's Z up, so 90 degrees along the Z, maybe? Oh, well. Y. 180 on the X. Now. Hard to see. Right. Let's see. Right, I want one albedo. Empty. Transparency. Alpha. I just realized there's fucking gap. Wait. What happened here? Line and world is right. One. So that didn't have material. So albedo for this is gonna be metallic. Great. Not actually. Oh, and not actually transparent. What the heck? Oh, it's one. I mean, guessing enough. It'll be. All right. Transform. 90 along the. So wait, it's Y up. 90 on. Oh. X. 180 on the X, right? 90 on the. There we go. What does that feel like? Okay, wow. Oh, it needs collision. Great. File. Re-import everything. So give me a sec on that. Okay, so the source material override still work. Game. Look at that. Oh, and the way the shadows. This is proud of myself. That's pretty. Okay. Now I gotta figure out what to do with the interior of it. Also, I mean, there are only sometimes right. Don't know why that is. Okay. Object map. Disorientation. No, that's all good. Fine. And I don't think that the texture has any transparency. The texture for the full. Shadow mesh is actually correct. That looks that. Oh no, so really tried. Nope, that's fully opaque. That's not the. That local. Uh. Don't know how to. I know this is obviously a very heavy object to render. I could probably cause some problem. I feel like seeing the mesh rendered while I'm looking at it, that not big an ask, right? And like, if we look at the individual polygons, they're not huge. Um, don't modify. Uh, like point. Very close to each other, but not touching. Let's file. One. There's a better way to do this. I don't know what it is. File. An object mode. Control A. I just have to apply the transform. Apply these guys. There we go. Then let's go. Then just bring that. Oh. Oh, it has the same. That didn't fix anything. Almost. Um. Oh. I feel like I've gotten hours of work. What the? We got the things. I don't even have a video game. Okay, you know what? We need some obstacles. Let's just control it. Play. Nope. Add child node. Turn on. Great. That should be good enough. And this is boxes around. And now relatively together. Now I need a more convincing enemy than this is. Go back into the Blender. Team. Let's check in. Let's check in right now with trash cans.
So it's day 8, and we are less than halfway through the Trello board. If you operate at all past a 3rd grade math level, you'll know that kind of means we're boned unless we start to, lock the fuck in. So two pretty big things we can immediately get out of the way is having the start main menu actually load into the main game scene. With that done, I just started working on a pause menu that says paused and has a big exit button. Because God knows I'm not going to try and make a settings menu right now. I'm not in the mental state for that. Then I finally added a UI element that tells you how much ammo you have in your revolver. It's much easier to implement this with only one weapon. Now, if you think I'm going to spend the time to animate the chamber rotating and have the guns and bullets inside the chamber update depending upon how much ammo's in your reserve, you're smoking crack, dick, meth, and balls. I'm not doing all that, and I have no idea how to do all that, okay? Now, it's time to incorporate enemies into the game. Except I have no idea how to animate or model enemies. Do I say model weird? Model? And there's no easy to use ones I can just grab off the internet, which means I think I'm just gonna have to learn. Just fucking kidding! Who do you think I am? I simply just exploited the labor of miners in my Discord for free work. Join it, by the way. Check out this cool model they made. It's pretty sick. I couldn't do this.
Okay. So apparently day 8 was asking other people to make models. I'm gonna ask myself to make some models. I don't know how to do animation at all in Blender, and I don't think I can. Well, what's my scope at this point? Like, what can I get done in 4.5 hours? Yeah, what can get done in 4.5 hours? I think that's the question. Back to the idea zone. Okay. So, I'm confident I can get nav it all. Nav mesh. Nav mesh should be doable. I probably I don't actually know how to do add a story. Not enough. Spent so much time making that greenhouse. I love how the greenhouse looks. I wish it worked in engine. I don't know why it doesn't. At this point, I think it's just gonna be like shoot bugs, right? Yeah, like everyone's dead, shoot some bugs. Probably get some modeled. I can get all like 10 I want to modeled, but I can get something done there. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's kind of it. Then maybe I can all this. The enemies animation. I don't know how to animate at all in Blender. I think even if I spent the next 4 hours trying to learn, that would not actually. Well, I guess of. One sec, I'm gonna close the door. Okay, so where were we? So I think of any of the of all of these things here, right? This one is the best for me long term. Like even okay, so I'm not going to finish the game to my satisfaction in 4 hours. I think that ship has sailed. I think that it just like the amount of work I wanted to get done in 12 hours was a lot. And I got some stuff done. But yeah, it's just like, I spent like 2 hours like trying to figure out how to design the world. Like, what did the town look like? And then like trying to build the greenhouse. So happy with. I just wish. I don't know why it doesn't work in engine. I don't have time to fix it because I don't know what to even search And if there was someone in chat who could help me, I'd help, let them help me. But we're doing it solo right now. Gosh. I think we're just gonna learn how to animate in Blender. All right, lock in, animate in Blender. With every other tab except for trash can. Okay. We're actually Blender and Godot anyway. Work. Blender, Godot. That looks very promising. That looks like what we want. Okay. Oh, and this person's also got like a very similar style to like what I'm going for. Wow, okay, I want to make this game. This game's sick.
I'm going to try to explain a quick workflow for creating FPS ARM animations in Blender and exporting them for use in Godot. Things you'll need: Blender.
I'm gonna have the cat playing.
The Rigify add-on, the GLTF import-export add-on, an ARM model, and a weapon model. First, let's go into Edit, Preferences, and into the Add-ons tab. Type in Rigify and click the checkbox to enable it. Also type in GLTF and click the checkbox for that if you don't have it.
GLTF is default.
Import your ARM.
How old is this? Yeah. Right, whatever.
Model. If you're using a Cinti model, they come in looking weird, so just click the armature, open it, and click Pose. Click the little green man icon and click the button on the top right that says Reset Position. We're going to need to replace the bones, so click the mesh, right click, and select Clear and Keep Transformation. Delete the old armature. Then we'll just center the mesh by clicking Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. This will put the pivot point in the middle of the mesh. Now click N to bring up this sidebar and reset its location to 0, 0, 0. Shift A to open the Add menu and click Armature, Human, Meta Rig. Line up the arm bones to where the mesh is. We'll be removing all the unnecessary bones like the face, legs, and torso. However, keep the middle chest bone that connects the two arms. Now just line up the bones to the mesh as best as you can. You can click 1, 3, and 7 on the numpad to view forward, side, and top views respectively. Once you're done, select the armature in object mode and Ctrl A to apply all transforms. Do the same thing to the mesh. Then select the rig again, go to the little green man and scroll until you see Generate Rig. This will create the Rigify rig. You can hide the old armature now by pressing H. Select the mesh, hold shift and select the rig. Ctrl P to parent and select with automatic weights. The mesh is now parented to the rig. You can adjust this with weight painting on your own time. Now to create the animation. Add a camera. Add the weapon. Click the rig and Control Tab to go into pose mode. I recommend setting the mirror checkbox on the top right so you can move both arms at the same time. Also, you can hide the Rigify controls that you don't need so that it doesn't look all that cluttered. Pose the arms. Go into object mode and select the weapon. Hold shift and select the rig. Then Control Tab to go into pose mode. Select the control bone you want it to be parented to. Control P and click bone. The weapon is now parented to the hand bone. Go into the animation tab. On the left window you can press 0 to view from the camera's view. Change Dope Sheet into Action Editor.
Dope Sheet.
Then click New to start adding your animations. Rename your animation. Check the little shield icon. Make your first keyframe pose. Press A to select all visible bones and then Control I to install.
This is roughly what I want, but I want to...
Hello guys, Sherify here. Today I'm going to give you guys some quick tips using Blender to export for Godot. Some of these tips will be for just using Blender in general, but others are going to be important for exporting to Godot. So stick around and let's get into it. First tip, keyframing. Normally when you grab a bone and want to animate it, you normally hit the I key and then you'll select maybe rotation and location rotation or location rotation scale. But if you want to skip that step, you could go to pose, animation, change key inset, and then select whichever one you
This is promising.
When you think about what is involved in game development, a few things probably pop in your head. Maybe the coding side, or the graphic side, or the sound design. Some people probably wouldn't think about animations. Animations may be a small part in your game, but they are fundamental building blocks that help to bring your game to life. In this video, I will be talking about how animations work in 3D, and how you can create your own animations and use them in Godot. First, we're going to start in Blender. Make sure you have a simple character model ready to be used. If not, don't worry, you can easily find a free character model on Sketchfab.
Okay, so we're gonna make our own model, so I'm not gonna worry about it.
And import it to Blender. Once you have that done, you need to rig the model. Rigging is when you create armatures for a mesh and create the weights. Armatures or bones are basically funny pyramid-looking things. These pyramid-looking things move and rotate. You associate vertexes to each armature, and when the armature transforms, then the associated vertexes transform with the armature. The vertexes associated to the armature are called weights. Now let's talk about how to rig your model. Click the Add button, then click Armature. Move the armature to the base of the model. Now go to Edit mode and extrude the armatures in the shape of your character. Do the same thing for the legs. Once that is done, click Ctrl-A to select all the bones, right-click, and press Symmetrize. Now that the rig is created, let's talk about how to create weights for the armatures. Luckily, Blender comes with a super easy way to automatically create weights. First, click the armature, then shift-click the character mesh, next click Ctrl-P, and select with Automatic Weights. Automatic Weights automatically creates the weights for each armature in your rig. For each armature, the vertexes closest to it will have weights.
I'm watching all these. I'll figure out a kitty. Going for it. She might meow later and tell me to play with her some more, but for the moment,
On them. Now you can go to pose mode and move your armatures, and you will see your character move with them. Some of your armature weights may be screwed up, so you have to manually fix it. Find the name of the bone whose weight is screwed up in Edit mode. Then go to the green triangle tab in your properties and select the bone that was screwed up in vertex groups. Now change from object mode to weight. Paint. The vertexes in the red areas are more affected by the bone's movement. The blue areas are not affected at all by the bone. You can paint weight to make certain areas you need to be affected, or you can delete some weight if too much is affected. Now once you do that, you should see the weights working much better. Now let's create some animations. Make the bottom viewport bigger. Click on your rig and go to pose mode. In the properties section, click on the yellow square to view the bones transform. At the bottom viewport is your timeline, and it contains all your keyframe information. You can change the time by moving the blue line, and you can play the timeline by clicking the play button. You should start by giving all your bones a keyframe of their default position. Go to point 0, click Ctrl-A to select each bone, click I, then click rotation. Now you added rotation keyframes for each of your armatures. Now I'm going to randomly animate my character to do some goofy dance. At frame 5, I rotate the armature and add a keyframe. At frame 10, I'll rotate the armature a different way and add a keyframe. Now when I play it from 0, you can see my character is animated. This is the basis of how most animations you see in video games, or 3D renders work. You have a bunch of armatures with a bunch of keyframes, and you end up with an animation. Now I want to create another animation for the character waving. To create a new animation, change one of your viewports to non-linear animation. Under your armature, you can see the animation you created. Click the push down button, and you will see something called New Action. Uncheck your other animation you made, and start animating again. All the keyframes you add will be added to the new animation. Now we can export as a GLB into our Godot project. Once you open it, you will see it has an animation player containing all your animations. You can even edit the animation in Godot. Click on the animation player, then click on your skeleton. Click this bone button at the top, select an armature, move it however you want, and then click the key plus button. And the keyframe will be added. You don't even need to animate in Blender. You can just completely animate something in Godot, but it's generally better to make your animations in Blender instead of Godot. Once you learn how to make your own animations, you can turn your game into a work of art. Animation is not just about movement. It's about storytelling, expression, and bringing your games to life. So, experiment, iterate, and let your creativity flow. Until next time, happy coding and happy animating.
Now all I have to do is make a model that's easy to animate. Okay. Modeling. Okay. Animate 1 minute. I want to create. I'm medium. Under
Hey, I am Jelle, and today I'm going to show you how you can make your very own 3D character for your game. I'm going to go over every step, from the first sketch to a controllable character in your game. Over the past year, I've made a bunch of little games, and I feel like I've learned a few tricks along the way to make characters quick and easy, but still have them looking great. So, let's get started. A game character is created in a bunch of different steps. I will go over the following parts: drawing your first sketch, creating the 3D model, texturing the character, setting up the rig, creating the animations, and creating the character controller in the game with working animations. The first step is creating a concept. Today, I'm going to draw my avatar. I usually create some sort of sketch for my first ideas, but you know, I have drawn my character a bunch of times already, so I'll just boop that in. I create a front view with the character standing in the T-pose and a side view to get another perspective in. This is a great idea for the modeling phase where you want to get some different angles for reference. I'm just going to keep it simple and give my character a t-shirt, jeans, and of course a pair of sunglasses. Okay, when you're happy with your concept, I mean mine is basically just a sketch with my finished face, but you can go as detailed as you want of course. It's time to make the 3D model. Let's open the 3D program of our choice, Blender. Before we get started, there are some plugins I always use when I create a character. Go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and search for Loop Tools, Rigify, and Images as Planes. With the Images as Planes plugin installed, import your concept drawing and set it up to be about 1.8 meters tall, just like me. Duplicate and rotate it to have an image for the sides as well. When I need a quick and smooth 3D model, I use a method called subdivision surface modeling. This means that, for example, I create a simple cube first, and then add this modifier called subdivision surface. Who would have guessed that? This subdivides the object and smooths out the polygons. So you can easily create smooth shapes with the basic polygons from the cube you just created. I like to keep the subdivisions to a minimum for the game, because you want to have as little polygons as possible to make your game run much smoother. To make sure I don't have to do any double work, I also add a mirror modifier. So when I move stuff on the right, it automatically does the same thing on the left. So let's start modeling. The basic human shape goes like this. You have the center core with the head on top, all created with some loop cuts and extrusions. When you create your character, it is important to think in edge loops.
Okay, I think I've gotten the message. Other place. Great. So
you see, the body and head all have nice loops going horizontal and vertical. So we want the same thing for the arms. If we would just extrude the arms straight out, we would have a lot of weird loops and the shoulders would be harder to move naturally. That's why I like to extrude the shoulders first and then extrude the arms down from there. That's much more natural. Just take a look at your own shoulders. I do the same thing with the legs, which creates a nice pelvis. Extrude the legs further down and plop out some shoes. You can add some extra loop cuts along the ends of the clothes and scale them up to create a clear edge between the different clothes. Move some more points around to shape out the body to fit the sketch you made. If your character
So what? Yeah, I'll be right back. He wants water or something. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Focus on learning how to blender.
doesn't need to do any fine grabbing movements, then I would just not create separate fingers. Just add a thumb and you're good to go. Remember, less bones equals less work and better performance. Okay, so after some tweaking, you will arrive at something that you will be kind of happy with. You can add some other stuff to the character, like a pair of sunglasses to hide the face. That way, you won't have to worry about any complex facial topology. You can go crazy wild with the hair, but as you can see, my hair isn't that exciting. Luckily, a buzz cut is the easiest to create, just extrude it a little bit. Okay, so we have our 3D model ready, so now it's time for the texturing. Before we can start adding colors to our character, we need to UV unwrap it, which is basically trying to lay out all the polygons on a flat plane. But as you may have noticed when you're doing laundry, it's kind of hard to lay it flat with all the parts visible at the same time. That's why we add seams, virtual cuts along the model, where we tell the program it's okay to separate the flattening. The easiest parts to unwrap are your clothes, of course, because that's how they're created. Look at your shirt and find the seams when your shirt is sewn together. Just select the edges that kind of follow those lines and go to UV, mark seam. Do the same thing for the pants and arms. Try to find the line where you take your virtual scissors and after your cuts, the skin will just lay flat. Kind of like an animal rug. After you've cut the parts out, go to the UV editing tab and go to UV unwrap. And ta-da! You have some nice flat parts for your model. Perfect for texturing. Oh, and when you have different objects for your character, and you're not planning to affect them in your game, it's more performant to have just one combined mesh for your character. Because my character will always keep his glasses on, I'll just join them together with the character. At this point, there are two parallel realities, where each one has their own way of texturing. There is the easy and fast, but less artistic way, and the longer, but more freedom way. The easiest way to texture a character is by creating a color palette and importing it into your material in the shading tab. Move all your UV islands out of the way and place them one by one to the correct color. And you're done. Super quick and easy. However, I like to have some more control over the materials. So, instead of using just one material with different colors, I like to test, but less.
Okay, the easy and fast method is super cool. I want to try that. Also I'm like making a bug, I think. Like a red roach type thing. Well, whatever. We can get through this video.
And a longer, but more freedom way. The easiest way to texture character is by creating a color palette and importing it into your material in the shading tab. Move all your UV islands out of the way and place them one by one to the correct color. And you're done. Super quick and easy. However, I like to have some more control over the materials. So, instead of using just one material with different colors, I like to make a bunch of different materials for all the real different materials on the character. So, just add a bunch of materials. Because we've already unwrapped our character, we can easily select the polygons by just selecting one and pressing L to select all the linked polygons. Then click apply and do the same for all the rest. Before we start texturing, be sure to maximize the UV islands to get as much pixels per polygon as possible. The big advantage of this method is that we can easily apply a whole bunch of different properties, not just the color. I always like to give my materials some different smoothness values. The smoothness, or the inverse, roughness, determines the sharpness of the reflections. If you look at your sunglasses, for example, you see that the reflections in the glass are way sharper than the reflections on the frame, where you can barely tell it's even reflecting. There we say that the glass has a higher smoothness value than the frame. You can use some pre-existing maps from the internet to quickly add some realism and break up the large flat parts of the model. You see, I didn't bottle them out because it's hard and time-consuming.
Yeah, but the thing is, because materials are hard, and basically this one looks better than this one, even though this is more work. So get through this video, and then I'm going to try modeling like a bug. This window. I don't know how to fix this. Okay, whatever. What do I do? Fire. Boom. Edit mode. Oh, okay, wait. Add the mirror. Oh, actually. Subdivide. side. And then all of these guys. Hurts. Got this. Now we apply the mirror modifier. Cool. That means if I move, if I select this, it'll look at gives me a nice sort of base bug shape. Bug though. Oh, that's sort of bug shape. Subdivide that. Um, okay, that's sort of getting there in terms of being bug. Love you. Oh wait, actually, I want to mirror modifier. I should do it on the y-axis. That doesn't do anything. Axis. That does that. Okay, so I want this one and this one subdivided like that. This. Uh, this one. That in. Legs more. That's bad topology right there. I can tell that. Um. Higher. Delete. Subdivide. The need. Wait, no. Okay, so this will not animate correctly. We've got sort of a cool bug shape going on. Be able to bend the legs. Wireframing. By no wasting polygons, but better way. So right, then I want to okay, great. Subdivide. But we're gonna need to move. That's a L. Just yeah, L selects everything. L. Hmm. That look like that looks funky wonky. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I should just like this as is for now, and then uh, apply. Apply. Oh wait. Oh, subsurface. No, I want to inset. I'd inset. Test to scale. Wait, no. You. Test to scale. Right now, subdivide that. Lot. There we go. Go. That is a bug. Great. Okay. Got an enemy. We got an enemy, folks. That's a bug right there. Yeah.
To make it look good. So what I like to do is just draw it on. So I drew a mouth texture, and if you leave the mouth as separate material on a duplicated set of polygons on the face, you can animate the mouth by setting up different drawings on a texture, which you can move later on in your game. What a nice smile. After you're happy with your materials, it's time to optimize. To make your game run smooth, you should try to have as little materials as possible. But you see, we have a whole lot right now. Luckily, there is a thing called texture baking, which means that we place the different textures onto a single image, according to the UV map we made earlier, and that for each property. So in this case, the color and the roughness texture. So the shirt texture, for example, will be baked on a texture, but only on the parts where the shirt polygons are. We can bake textures by adding an empty image texture on each material you want to bake. Be sure to select the size as a power of 2, something like 2048 by 2048 should be plenty. This is because we can then later more easily compress the texture to smaller sizes to squeeze out some extra FPS. And then changing the renderer to cycles and select the bake menu. There, you can select which property you want to bake. So we'll start with the diffuse channel, which is color, and deselect the direct and indirect lighting because we only want the color information, none of the lights that are in our project. So after waiting a little bit, you see the different colors being baked on the texture you created for the character. Be sure to save the texture before baking another texture, because Blender will override the texture if you bake something else. We'll do the same thing for the roughness channel. And something as a nice bonus, you see that in the render settings of the Eevee renderer, I activated the ambient occlusion tab. But in a game, that effect is expensive. So what if you could calculate it beforehand? Luckily, there is such a thing. You can also bake the ambient occlusion of a character into a texture. Just select the ambient occlusion in the baking tab and bake it out. Okay, now that the textures are baked, duplicate the character to make a backup. And remove all the materials from the character, except the mouth, and replace it with a new material. Then drag your recently baked materials into the shading tab and link them to the correct channels. Texturing, done. Now it's time to give our character...
Okay, yeah, we're gonna do the easy way. Just gonna choose some colors. Honestly, the inside could all just be like the one color. Like if we look at a real ant. Right. That's basically all the same color, right? Maybe like a new color for the eyes, that's it. I don't really care, right? And oh my god, my legs are massive compared to a real ant. But again, I don't really care. That was my first. This is my first thing. This is my modeling thing. So, yeah.
A skeleton to make him move, also known as a rig. Because we've activated the Rigify add-on, we can just insert a human rig ready to be used. Another performance tip is to use as few bones as possible. So just delete all the bones you don't need. All the face bones can just go boop. And also you won't need that many fingers. Now that you only have the bones you need, it's time to match them to your character. You can turn...
Okay, Rigify... add-on? Hmm. We're
3D model. Let's open the 3D program of our choice, Blender. Before we get started, there are some plugins I always use when I create a character. Go to Edit, Preferences.
Edit Preferences, got it. There it is. Okay, Edit. Edit. Preferences.
Add-ons and search for Loop Tools, Rigify,
Rigify.
and Images as Planes. With the
Okay, so I didn't use the other two. Rigify seems
Images
like it
as
might be
Planes
useful.
plugin installed. Import your concept texturing. Done. Now it's time to give our character a skeleton to make him move, also known as a rig. Because we've activated the Rigify add-on, we can just to make him move, also known as a rig. Because
okay, so armature, where we go? Shift A. Shift A, armature. R. 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 A, yeah. R. Go. Direction. Set up like a lot. Um. Probably easier. Start from scratch. But zone.
we've activated the Rigify add-on, we can just insert a human rig ready to be used. Another performance tip is to use as few bones as possible, so just delete all the bones you don't need. All the face bones can just go boop, and also you won't need that many fingers. Now that you only have the bones you need, it's time to match them to your character. You can turn on the X symmetry, so you only need to do half the work, grab the bones and move and rotate them in place. When you're happy with the positioning of the bones,
wait, why are your bones like on top and mine aren't?
These bones can just go boop, and also you won't need that many fingers. Now that you only have the bones you need, it's time to match them to your character. You can turn on the X symmetry, so you only need
We're gonna do some wonky things. I'm not too because I will just learn about it. Like, all fine. So. So, great. Another bone. So let's. Now let's add the modifiers. Huh. Connected. Is that bad? Also, where's the dang?
It's time to match them to your character. You can turn on the X symmetry, so you only need to do.
So. Whatever. We've got to check in with trash cans.
So while the exploited miners were making a model for me that's animated and can update depending upon the player's state, I decided to work on the enemy AI. So now you can enter an enemy's range, and they come over to you and attack you. Kind of like how every other game works. I also made it so you only get attacked once every 1.5 seconds, because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you update and attack every single frame, you're just gonna get fucking melted like a Dark Souls boss. For the nerds in the chat, that's called an iframe. And while I wait for them to finish the animations on all the models, I'm gonna make some low poly world assets. Come on. We both know I'm lying at this point. I just grabbed an asset pack. Shout out to this guy for his sick models. However, incredibly inconsiderate to not add textures to them, because I never, ever want to have to see the inside of this application for the rest of my life. And by the time that was done, I had received the finished mole rat model. In what world do you think a guy named Trash Cans would be able to do this? We all know I can't, so just accept the fact that there's someone else in the world willing to do this for me so I can make this video, okay? Oh, and the guy's contract stipulation was I have to shout him out in the script, so go wishlist his game right now. He's goated and does good work and helped get this video out in time. Do it! His words, not mine. I had to legally say that.
Cool. Right. So we are currently doing what that guy was doing, getting someone else to do. Yeah. And it's hard. It's fucking hell. And I don't know if I'm doing it right or not. I don't even know how to test it. How do I? we're just gonna ignore the fact that only half of this thing is like actually. Also, those bones. That bone should be over. That bone should be over. That bone. I don't know how precise. I'm sure that having the bone inside the mesh on animate, if you want to use it to animate, is recommended. Close enough. Cool. Now what?
Half the work, grab the bones and move and rotate them in place. When you're happy with the positioning of the bones, select the mesh, then shift select the rig and press Ctrl P.
I'll save if as bug what was it?
Work, grab the bones and move and rotate them in place. When you're happy with the positioning of the bones, select the mesh, then shift select the rig and press Ctrl P to parent the mesh.
Select the mesh, okay. Cool. Then shift select the rig. Roll what?
To the bones with automatic
Control P.
and press Ctrl P to parent.
Roll
the mesh to the bones with automatic weights. If you
roll automatic weight. Okay, go.
Did it right. Your character should now be linked to the rig. Go into the pose mode and
pose mode. Hey, that's gaming right there. Okay, let's see. Okay, so yeah, we can animate. It's the bug guy. Poorly, but we can do it, and then we can take this head, and, like look around. Oh, we'll actually do that. Probably not. Z. Okay, this thing's ugly as hell, but pose mode. How do I set the pose? it's little guy's trying his best. Little guy's trying his best. Oh, okay. Like only the left half animates because I couldn't figure out how to use the animation modifier. But like we can definitely animate like come on, like looking around. Add bones to the right again. That mode. Again, this is ugly as hell and probably won't work very well. You're going for literally just sort of functions, right? That's how I fuck happened here. Um, okay. Okay, now we can go. Edit mode. Okay. Got a little creature and it can animate. Bone. Nothing happens. Mode. Select all. Select this. Parent automatic wait. Close mode. Go to pose mode and phone around. It does something. Okay. Thing that a horrible little creature. This is a horrible little creature. Okay. That guy is putting to Blender. No, wait, the other way around. You tell I've been streaming for like 8.5 hours. Ugh. Not gonna do this on a regular basis.
Test it out. If there are any parts that move a little weird, you can always tweak the bones in edit mode. And if there are parts on the mesh that move too much or not enough, you can select your rig first and then your mesh as well and go into the weight paint mode. Here you can tweak the amount of influence each bone has over a certain polygon.
I will not be doing
the
that.
redder the point, the more it is influenced by the selected bone.
I'm just gonna. It's just gonna look bad. Because I'm competing with this guy. This guy did not make his own assets. I made my own assets. So I think because of the weirdness with mouse, I think because of the weirdness with how this renders. Like why is it only? It's only when I'm like looking directly on. My mouse is close to it. Far away. Okay, I don't know why this is. I don't know why. I wish that it just, but because of it, how non-functional it is, I might have to use it. Bye bye. Okay, great. Now, What? House is bigger. Scale like 5. That's houses. Scale that to like 10. That. Got big obstacles. Cactus. I don't know. Let's make really be called a desert game if you don't have any cactuses. I don't want to abandon. Okay. Finish strong. Have hours left. We have 3. Finish. So. No. Give me.
Mr. Noel was the teacher in the school, giving a lesson one afternoon.
Playing in the other room or something.
Was the dance and what a fool, didn't know which was the sun or moon. Teacher said to Tommy Tompkins, well, see if you can sing this while you spell. Constantinople,
They're 1 meter cubes. 10. So I just need, these are placeholders. I just need like 10 meter like something or others. Okay. And then yeah, let's make a bunch of trees. Node is great. And then
when a Bobby grabbed him and said, sir, it seems to me you
own
got a load
thing.
on and when the sergeant saw him, he said, oh,
now
if you can sing this chorus, you can go.
roll. No, wait, that tree. Can I put under? No, I don't want that. Go. We'll see. 20 trees. 20 is right. And round. There we go. Okay. Top view. I'm not even. I'm not even. I guess the players probably get expected to stand in the middle, concentrate around the middle. I don't know. I don't know how any of it works. Just to sort of benchmark pathfind. That was love. Bunch of trees there. Sorry if it's hard to tell what's going on stream. I'm just moving trees around. There we go.
People got their eyes on you. It's compelling. Yeah, me yelling. Going back to old Yazoo. If you don't like beans and rice, get your rice and beans. If you don't like greens and ham, just get your ham and greens. How long will
What is this talking about?
wait? Standing at the station gate.
Now if I play the game.
Gotta get started. Going back to old Yazoo.
Oh.
Oh, take me back to old Yazoo.
I don't have ammo yet. But
Everything up here is new.
this is very surreal.
I can't
It's very surreal.
just must land it. Going back
Whatever.
to old Yazoo. Everything you do, people got their eyes on you.
I wish there was some effect I could do on that place I hit, but I haven't gotten around.
Yeah, me yelling.
Okay, so
Old Yazoo. If you don't like beans and rice, get your rice and beans. If you don't like greens and ham, get your ham and greens. Lordy, Lordy, how long will I have to wait? Standing at the station gate. I'm broken hearted, gotta get started. Going back to old Yazoo.
So I guess we got a video game here. You just need enemies, which figure how to do that. But like, you know, we're gaming. Might make sense to just compress this a little bit. Round, yeah. Let's just let's put this down to by 100. There we go. And then
Come back to old Yazoo. Going back to old Yazoo.
shout out to old music for wild, and by wild I mean just odd. 100 by 100, like 100 meters, 1,000 square meters is still pretty solid as size of a playable area. I got this like sort of odd scattering of trees, and then you can scale this down to like 3.
You were my sweetheart of the long ago. You're still my sweetheart, and I love you so. My Dixie sweetheart, girl of the long ago. I bless the day we met. My Dixie sweetheart,
Let's just, we're not flipping.
You've been all that I hoped you'd be. Through many, many years of toils and tears, you've been so true to me. My Dixie sweetheart, girl with the hazel eyes.
Okay, that's not too much more reasonable. We got some gameplay in our game. Alright, what's our... Okay. Well, I'm actually gonna worry about the warnings as long as it actually ended, which
You've been all that I hoped you'd be.
Okay.
Through many, many years of toils and tears, you've
Let's at least rotate some.
so true my Dixie sweetheart, girl with the hazel eyes.
That'll probably help somewhat.
A
Botany.
million charms within your arms, and the love that binds and ties.
Up. Bugs just Pathfinder.
Whoa there! Who are you?
Well, who are you?
I'm the sheriff.
Well, I'll tell you who I am and where I'm from.
You can play the timeline by clicking the project mode with them. Some of your armature weights may be screwed up, so you have to manually fix it. Find the name of the bone whose weight is screwed up in edit mode. Then go to the green triangle tab in your properties and select the bone that was screwed up in vertex groups. Now change from object mode to weight paint. The vertexes in the red areas are more affected by the bone's movement. Now let's create some animations. Make the bottom viewport bigger. Click on your rig and go to pose mode.
Okay.
In the properties section, click on the yellow square to view the bones transform. At the bottom viewport is your timeline, and it contains all your keyframe information. You can change the time by moving the blue line, and you can play the timeline by clicking the play button. You should start by giving all your bones a keyframe of their default position. Go to point 0. Click Ctrl A to select
Point 0.
each bone. Click I, then click rotation.
Okay.
Now you added rotation keyframes for each of your armatures. Now I'm going to randomly animate.
Try doing a little frame 1. A frame like play. I didn't frame. And then how do I... go Really like reverse animation. And then
my character to do some goofy dance. At frame 5, I rotate the armature and add a keyframe. At frame 10, I'll rotate the armature a different way and add a keyframe. Now when I play from 0, you can see my character is animated. This is the basis of how most animations you see in video games or 3D renders work. You have a bunch of armatures with a bunch of keyframes, and once you open it, you will see it has an animation player containing all your animations. You can even edit the animation in Godot. Click on the animation player.
Okay, so wait, let's just file save as bug mods don't edit and go. File export as a how we looking? Looks so goddamn so goofy. Okay, whatever. Let's add a script. Unready var. Wham. What's this anime? Animation. Uh. Boom. All right. And then break. Not doing. Not even posed. Oh, I didn't. Back into the world. Yep. Shoot it. That's terrifying. Shooting it isn't doing anything, Captain. What do I do? The boss? Oh, I need to give this Collision. Wait, does it have collision? No, it doesn't. Yeah. Dash. Oh. Nope. I'm doing a lot of things very. File. Okay. And hitbox not animating? So I can bump into it. Boxes aren't animating. Right. Some more errors. I shoot. Like. Wait, actually. Bug. Yeah, so its collision shapes are not. Yeah, so its collision shapes aren't. Oh, did I not? Oh no. Oh no. Happen. One. Nope, not that guy. Okay. Blender. On fire or not? Okay, so maybe it's a static body thing. Rigid body would cause other kinds of problems. That body. Disable. Lock shit. That still isn't. It still doesn't update. You know what? Calling it. Stream's over. I am running out of steam. 9 hours is a pretty fucking impressive stream, at least to me. Yeah, 9 hours. I'm gonna call it. Thanks everyone who came. Thanks everyone who's somehow at the end of the stream. Yeah, thanks for Trash Cans for inspiring me to make this. I didn't fucking finish in 9 hours, but you had 2 weeks, so you know, win some, you lose some. All right, I think that's basically everything I wanted to get done. I mean, there's more I wanted to get done, but the real friends we made along the way are the stuff I learned how to do in the last 9 hours. Yeah. I will see you all around, and hopefully this does well on the non-live side. All right, bye-bye.